I came for titty. Oh, wait. Ugh. Yo! First of all, thank you, Lorepunk, for the, I think 2 months, but I don't remember how many exactly. Hold on. Hold on. Yes, 2 months. Thank you. Am I winning? Kind of. Ads upon entering and ads every hour. There should not be ads there should not be ads upon entering. If you have ads every hour, then the pre-roll turns off. Or it should be turned off. As for why so many ads, bitch, I have to make money somehow. Hold on, I got my chain on and my chain is starting to stink.
Well, if it isn't the most chaotic piece of paper. Also, it's great to be here.
Thank you for the resub. Oh, for 5 months, and you resub. I think it's like for 6 months in advance. I don't know how it works exactly, but thank you for resubbing. I appreciate it, dude. I'm gonna turn down my fucking headphones a little bit. It's loud. Joe, hi Joe. How are you, man? It's true. It's paper. I write about everything. Well, guess what? We have some updates. And by that, I mean, I only have really one that I can remember right now. No, 2. I've been putting off drawing for like 3 days now. Dude, all I wanted to do for the past 3 days is go home and draw, but all I've been doing is going outside, and I hate it. I hate going outside. I hate it so much. Good updates should be. So the merch store is back open to sell some leftovers. So if you haven't gotten any merch before, you can get some now. It is possible. You can go and you can get some merch now. You can put more money in my pocket and you can get a cute little thing of me in exchange. Do you want a cute little thing of me? Of course you do. You got your new tablet fast. It's true. I did indeed, because my new tablet, you guys ordered it on that Friday or Saturday, and it came Sunday.
Wow, almost a year of my paper Roshi. That is 17 pog.
Thank you, Crunch, for the almost 1 year, for the 11 months. That is a long time. Jesus. But yeah, merch store is back open. I don't think the command works for it yet, or at least the command isn't updated to reflect the fact that it is like a extra stock of stuff. But either way, there it is. And also okay, thanks, Josh. To make it to remind you guys, I have a what's this thing? Oh, right. I'm going to be on the front page of Twitch next week. This time next week, I believe I'm going to be on the front page on the 25th at 4 p.m. So Thursday, we're going to go through my old art and we're going to select the pieces that I'm going to redraw while I do the Q&A stuff. I hope that it goes well. I don't know. I'm a little bit, I don't want to say that I'm nervous, because I'm not, but I just like, what if nobody shows up? I'm just like, what if nobody shows up to the front page of Twitch stream? Killer Pacifist, thanks for the follow. What else was I gonna say? Oh, also, the next week on the 25th, that's gonna be when I reveal the cover and the video for it, and it should go up on YouTube in the days leading after it, in the days after the stream. What if you have to entertain 14K of us? I don't think that it's gonna get to that point, but You know, if that happens, I'll get there when I get there. In any case, today we're just going to be drawing. I'm just going to be doing some commissions and drawing some bunny suits because it's Easter. It's Easter, guys. It's Easter. Well, it's not, but it's Easter soon. It's soon Easter. And I'm excited. I'm very tired. I'm very, very tired. I've been moving and shaking nonstop for the past couple of days. I'm trying to resist the urge to draw bunny suits this weekend. Do it, dude. Draw bunny suits. That's what this weekend is for. I drew myself in the bunny suit for Good Friday. I made my arms all outstretched and stuff because it's Good Friday. So it's like, oh, she's like Jesus. Paper Jesus. Paper Jesus is me. Yeah. And that's why I chose that. That's why I chose this pose and why her knees are together and all that. It turned out really cute, actually. I didn't expect it to look this nice. But because I had been wrestling with it for a little while. I always have this problem when I get a new tablet. When I get a new tablet, or really I get any kind of new drawing material, which I just can't fucking draw it for a long time. I can't fucking draw with it for a long time. But I'm starting to get out of that rut. You wrestle? No. I used to. Well, I used to do MMA, but not so much anymore. I wish that I could go back to doing like martial arts and stuff. I probably should, but it's expensive. Those to pay for those lessons is like really fucking expensive. I don't even want to learn how to beat people up. I feel like my hubris is good enough where I think I can get into any situation that I know that I'll put myself in, I can escape totally fine. But I don't know. I'm just like, it's expensive to go and pay somebody to tell you how to kill people or punch people. At the same time, I only really learn well in classroom environments. But but anyway, yes, the new tablet came. It's so fucking nice. It's such a nice fucking tablet. It's cloudy with a chance of titty. Is that true? It's true. We're gonna be working right now. We're working on, is this the right one? Yes, we're gonna be working on this chick. This is one of the commissions. This is actually my OC, but somebody commissioned me to draw my OC. And so we're going to be drawing her. I need to figure out whether I want to give her leg hair or not. But I'll figure it out later. That's mostly what we're doing today. We're just going to be drawing a bunch of cuties in bunny suits. And she's so cute. I love her face. She's so adorable. She's a neat OC that I never talk about. But, is she packing? She is. Oh no, Pet's not working. Fuck. I knew I was forgetting something. Ooh, Joe Canvas says that he fucks with my texture and rendering. Thank you, Joe Canvas. No, don't fucking hold on. It's not done yet. I haven't used it yet. Okay, there and there. Fuck. Neat, you sold me. Yes, she's actually a VTuber herself. This character, I mean, she's a VTuber as well. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit so it looks less like she has her boobs out. Yeah, we're gonna be working on a couple of commissions today, and this is one of them. I'm almost done with this one, really, but I just got to do a couple more shading things and color in the lines. She also has an alt, but I can't reveal the alt on Twitch. What's her model look like? Her model looks like the opposite of her. She's like all pink and cute and fluffy, and I think that she's some kind of magical girl. She's like a generic VTuber. Her model is generic magical girl VTuber, pink and all that other shit. It is stuff that she genuinely likes, but She's actually one of Raven's friends. I like to draw her with Raven sometimes. Day of my life. I think this is only playing System of a Down songs, so I'm gonna shuffle. How is the tablet? It's very good. It is about the same size as my previous tablet, but it's way newer. The fucking, like, I don't have to charge the pen. The pen is charged by being near the tablet. So whenever I'm not working with it, I just put it on the tablet, like I put it on the pen thing, and it just charges by being near the tablet when it's on. And I'm like, fuck, that's so good. So I never have to like stop in the middle of a stream to charge my tablet pen for like 10 minutes. Hold on, I gotta turn off the heater because it was cold earlier. Now I'm not. Now I'm hot. But anyway. But yeah, the tablet's good. Excuse me. As for what I did this week, dude, I went to the arcade. On Wednesday, right? And oh my god, I am super cracked at crane games. Yariko-san, thanks for the follow. Dude, I'm super cracked at crane games, or at least I was on that day. I wasn't cracked later on. Later on, I kind of lost my touch, but I got like a fat Miku plush, like a circular Miku plush, and then I got an Elmo, and I got a Sonic, and I got a bunch of little things for my friends, and then I got a Gengar for my friend. I got chicken for my friend. I got a little eggplant because the eggplant was on top of a pile of other stuffed animals, and so I just like moved the crane to roll it into the thingy. Show us the fat Miku. I can't. She's all the way over there. She's like a big circle. She's all the way behind me. I'll show you guys tomorrow. I'll take a picture. You guys have to remind me when the stream ends. Remind me when the stream ends, or remind me tomorrow to take a picture of the Miku, because she's so cute. She's like a little fat Miku. But yeah, I got a shit ton of stuffed animals, and I was actually able to give them out to kids this time. I was like, thank fucking God. I tried to give the Elmo to one kid, and she wasn't too into it. But I found a different person who would like it. One of my mom's coworkers took it for her daughter, but then one of my mom's coworkers, not for her daughter, wanted another one, and so I have to go back later and win one for my mom's 40-year-old coworker. I spent a lot of money over the last couple of days because all I was doing was going out and going to the mall. Am I getting paid to win it? No. But I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I got a kid to take the Sonic, though. I really didn't want the Sonic. I did the Sonic in one try. Because it was there. I was like, all right, well, whatever. I'll do my best. And then I immediately got it, and I was like, I don't fucking want this thing. I love the thrill of the hunt, dude. I love the thrill of the hunt, but it's so hard to do. Like, I've thought about doing Toriba streams, which is like the online stuffed, like the online arcade things. But I just I'm so bad at Toriba. At Toriba, I suck ass. You need to play Monster Hunter before Joel asks again. It's true, I do. Maybe instead of drawing tomorrow, we'll just play Monster Hunter tomorrow. It depends what we get done tomorrow. Cause I need to like fucking get my level up, dude. I gotta get my level up. My shit is busted. Oh fuck, you didn't do that homework he gave you? He gave me homework? I don't remember. My brain could work. I mean, to be quite H, I haven't been doing much of anything lately. I've just been like, I haven't been at home much. I've been like out, and if I'm not working, I'm hanging out with my friends, and if I'm not hanging out with my friends, I'm doing one of my stupid appointments that I shuffle onto the days that I don't have anything else to do. Like I had a massage yesterday. I went to a fucking massage therapist yesterday, and he like massaged the shit out of my arms and my back. It's so weird. It's so weird to be in the presence of somebody that you don't know, and also you don't have a shirt on. I mean, I was under a blanket, so it wasn't a big of a deal. But shit, that hurt like a bitch though. Holy shit. He was like, "You got a lot of tension up here." And I'm like, ow. Metal Suck Attack, thanks for the follow. Holy Chungus, you are bald. Holy Chungus. Bro came in from 2016. My hair's coming back. So it's a fucking what's this thing called? It's a goddamn redeem that people can do. Rip Chungus Minecraft. Okay. What did I just enter? I'm talking. It's my stream. Like lava chicken. Chicken jockey. Chicken jockey. Chicken jockey. I hope you like the crumple smut like 2 weeks ago. I don't remember what that is. Boobies. Hold on. Let me see. I might not have seen it. Oh, wait, no, I did see it from Blue Sky. I recognize your art style. It was so cute. Joe Canvas flagged me and made sure that I saw it. It was so cute. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I love getting Yuri art. Give? I can't. I can't. I can't. There's boobs. Look for it on Blue Sky. I literally replied to it, dude. So it's not gonna be hard to find. Huh. Bro thinks I have Blue Sky. I'm not talking to you, bitch. But yes, it was very cute. I recognize your art style. Very adorable. Thank you very much for the Yuri. People don't draw me enough with Yuri. I need more Yuri art. I need more pictures of me with Spider-Man. I mean, ladies. Did I take my medication today? I think I did. Yuri art based? Exactly! It is, dude. It is, man. Is your Blue Sky just Anarchy Atlas? It's Atlas Anarchy. Do exclamation point socials. If it counts, I drew you and Nova tonguing each other yesterday. Oh, man. I wish I could do that at Off Sky. Yuri, with who? With everybody. I saw in the intro image that it looks like you buffed yourself. Oh, what? I gave myself more boobs? I mean, I had to give myself something to fill that shit. Oh my god, I'm so sleepy. I didn't get to sleep. I didn't get to nap. Anyway, I think that I'm gonna draw for a little bit, and then I might try to keep achievement hunting for Ina Dream BBQ. Hot Tua, shut up! I'm glad Comey's not here yet. Anyway, I'm gonna draw for today, and then at the end, we're probably gonna boot up Ina again, so I can try and get that stupid final fucking stupid ass goddamn ass busting final achievement. Ugh. I'm so angry. It's so hard to get. It's so hard to get. That game autosaves. It autosaves the second that you fail the second that you fail the timed event. Not timed event. The second that you fail the platforming thing. Feel good on a camel's back. They just have to go cause they don't know whack. Just don't be bad. I hate you guys. Holy shit. I hate you guys. I really do. You guys ever have like the urge to like constantly fix everything? Even stuff that's not broken. You know how people are like, if it's not broken, don't fix it. What if I fixed it anyway? That's my opinion on the whole thing. My thing is, like, I've been staring at this what's this thing called? This just chatting screen for so long. I've been thinking about, like, I don't know, I kind of want to get like a room background instead. Cuz it's been this for like 2 years. It's been this for 2 years, and I'm always in the habit of changing things. But I don't even have like my alerts all done yet because I like slowly put everything together. Maybe you should for your anniversary. I think so. Yeah, that probably would be a good idea. That also gives me time post Offkai. I have to do so much shit for Offkai. I navigate. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Feel good. Feel good. But yeah, more than anything right now, I whenever I'm like looking at my stuff for the stream, I'm always like, ooh, I could improve this, I could improve this, I could fix this. That's why I'm glad that I don't do my own like VTuber model, because otherwise I would be stuck in this never-ending cycle of wanting to fix everything. How about you guys? How have things been with you? I'm currently eating a delicious but frozen corn dog. Okay. How? Ew. I want a Korean corn dog. I was talking about this with my friends the other day. I want a Korean corn dog so bad. I've never had one. They look so good. They look so fucking good. Letting my mouth warm it up? What the fuck? Someone vaped in my general direction yesterday. I'm prepping for an 18.6 mile foot march next Friday. What in the fuck? Holy shit. You're better than me, man. My friend was trying to pitch a corn dog sushi restaurant to me. What is a corn dog sushi? How do you, which part is the corn dog and which part is the sushi? I want a Korean corn dog so bad. Where can I get a Korean corn dog? Oh, there's a couple around here. To take a corn dog and cut it into sushi rolls? That fucking what? There's like corn dog bites. Maruchan noodles right now. I love Maruchan. I love Maruchan. I love Maruchan noodles. Hello, Terry from the awesome world of Gumball. Actually, it is the amazing world of Gumball. Get it right. And I'm not even a bear. Shout out to microwaving hot dogs. Did you guys ever do that when you were a kid? I was too afraid of like them blowing up. Do they blow up if you put them in the microwave? Or is that just like a cartoon thing? Yes, no, I had them blow up once. I'm getting conflicting answers here. kind of, but just like add slits to it. Oh, so if you like slice it, it'll have, if you slice like down the middle, it'll won't explode. They can helps if you put a small slit into it. It's in the cartoons like cats drinking milk. The blowing up makes it better. True. I kind of want to see it blow up. Not having your hot dogs blow up is so easy. Just don't overcook them. Usually we just boil our hot dogs. I don't ever put hot dogs in the microwave. I don't know what it is. I feel like microwaving stuff is gross. I like microwave dinners. Like I like a good hungry man meal or whatever those things are called. But I just don't. I think like microwaving stuff like hot dogs or like leftover burgers or some shit like that. I think it's just so nasty. I don't know. I think that it just makes me feel like I'm depriving myself of proper nutrients. I like to fry them with a bit of oil on a skillet. That sounds good. Hot dogs on the grill is always the best way to me. I really like hot dogs on the grill because I really love like burned and charred meat. And hot dogs that have been like burned by a grill and you can like taste the fucking charcoal on them. Ugh, it's so good. So fucking good. And crispy if you fry it after. Dude, write that down. Write that down. You guys ever put like your cookies in the microwave or something? My dad put my cinnamon bun in the microwave once and it tasted pretty good. It has to be like, you have to like do so much like, it's not chemistry, but it's just, if you want a cookie to heat up good in the microwave, it's like wet the paper towel and then wrap it in the paper towel and then put it to 30 degrees and then make sure to rotate the sun by 4 angle. It just, I don't know. I'm just at that point I'll just eat a hard cookie. I made a 1-cup cookie in the microwave to test the recipe and it came quite all right. You ever had those like cookie in a cup things? I like those. I feel like I'd burn them though. Now that it's the end of the week instead of the beginning, can I ask how your week has been? It's been okay. I deadass can't tell you anything that's happened because I don't remember. I mean, I watched a couple of movies, but I've been so in and out these last few days. I went and I got dim sum yesterday with my friends. Then we had some taiyaki. I love taiyaki. Most people are gone at WeebCon. Either they're gone at WeebCon or I think SakuraCon is this week or this weekend, I think. And oh yes, it is because Midas was at SakuraCon. I don't have a convention until Offkai, so I'm feeling FOMO. And Offkai still hasn't contacted me about letting me in as a guest, so I don't think that they're going to. I've already DM'd the Offkai Twitter like 6 or 7 times, like, "Hey guys, can I know if I'm gonna be in or not?" And they just are like, "Yeah, we told the guest team to talk to you," and then I don't get anything, and I'm like, man, frowns. So I guess this year I probably am not going as a guest, probably. But I'll still be there because I need to spend money. I can't wait to spend money. I should probably be saving more than I actually am. I'm not saving at all, but I don't know. I've got a couple of months. It's like 2 months away. Can you believe that? Shit. By the way, for those who are unfamiliar, as we move into the summer, I might have a couple more frequent, quote unquote breaks. Because this is the time of year that my family tends to like go on vacations and stuff, and also I have Offkai. So I know I have a vacation at the end of the week at the end of May. Then I have another one at the end of June, which is going to be Offkai, and then at some point I'm going to have another one for maybe with my family. So I will be gone. I'll be like dipping in and out a couple of times because I also have like concerts and shit. And I imagine my work schedule is going to change after the summer because people are getting shifted around. So Things may change. They won't change for a little while, but they will eventually. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to be happy about it. We're going to be happy and we're going to slay. We're going to be excited for the change that the wind brings. Whoa, that's me. Sorry if you heard that. I don't know if I have Firefox unmuted. No, I do. It's muted. My Thurman, marry me till I confess. Get you out of my head. The sex, summer sex. Take eternity, oh hell yes. To the smallest I can be. Put your venom in me. Change manga S. Don't be manga S, and it's okay. Do a spark. Bald is still 35K. I must tell everybody about Atlas inflation. Shut up. My friend already made that joke a while ago. I had so many pretzels. Holy shit. I love Auntie Anne's. I hope that I get sponsored by Auntie Anne's. I don't care if GamerSups never sponsors me, but I hope that I get sponsored by Auntie Anne's. I want free pretzels for the rest of my life. You had those fucking pretzels with the pepperoni on them? Holy shit, dude. It's like... It's like fucking... It's like crack, dude. Never had that, but sounds banger. Top 3 sponsors that aren't the usual shit? Well, if I was to say, like, dream sponsorships, I would say, like... Monster Energy, of course. Fucking Auntie Anne's. I don't know. Gloomy Bear, maybe. Because I'm looking at my Gloomy Bear plushies up there. The Iron Mouse ones. And I'm like, fuck, that would be so cool. Never had that, but sounds banger. They are located at most malls in the US. If you're not in the US, then probably not. When does Monster even sponsor? I usually see them like sponsoring sports events, which is funny because Monster's terrible for you. The pizza pretzels with mozzarella are crack. It's true. It's true. I like the normal ones too, but I especially love the fucking pepperoni ones. They do like extreme sports stuff. Yeah. I think that they also sponsor a couple of, I know that they sponsor like wrestling or MMA or something like that. I remember I was at a Twin Peaks a little while ago and the cage match that was being played was sponsored by a lot of, was sponsored by Monster. I'm in Mexico. Oh, well, there you go. I don't usually drink energy drinks. Well, yeah, but it's not really about who does or does not drink them. It's mostly about where they pop up. I know that they had like a joint sponsorship with like Call of Duty or something because that ghost guy was on the white Monster cans for a little while. If you have a friend whose name is Kyle who's interested in the typical like white guy stuff, then probably Monster also sponsors it, and probably Kyle also drinks a lot of Monster. Okay. All right, I'm gonna shift to my drawing scene. It's drawing time, dude. You got an ad in 20 minutes, so don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to subscribble. Don't forget to subscribble. Or gift subscriptions. Subscriptions. Whatever. This is not what we're working on today, sorry. But isn't this cute? I was giving, I think I was drawing different Dream Boy versions of Avery for my different OCs. So this would be Hendrix's dream idea of Avery, Irene's, and then Judgment Day's. I had to reference so many hippies for this one. Okay, where is she? That's not it. Where is she? There she is. Excellent. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we give her the leg hair or not? Because she does have leg hair, you know. But I don't know. Maybe she shaved for the picture. What are we starting with today? We are starting with this commission, which is actually of my OC. In a bunny suit. I appreciate that, dude. Maybe some skin-colored tights. The commissioner wanted fishnets, so maybe we can just say that she has the tights on underneath. Skin-colored tights and fishnets design. Maybe. Is anything that you guys are excited for? Am I taking sketch requests to stream? Maybe. Depends on what it is. Ow. Fix this so it doesn't interact with my mouse too much because it's bothering me, but it's fine. It's just to avoid drawing leg hair, so you can say whatever. Yeah, I mean, it's not that I want to avoid drawing leg hair. It's just like, would she or would she not? Typically, she wouldn't, but she might for this. I'll do the shading later. Oh, you want me to draw one of your OCs? Not today, because I'm going to be doing a lot of that today anyway. After I finish this one, her name's Yuki, by the way. I have to, the ones that I'm doing are all non-OCs of mine. So either tomorrow, if we decide to do art tomorrow, or next week. Well, maybe not next week. Maybe Thursday next week, I mean. I don't know. Shit's busy. We are back to normal schedules to next week, by the way. I am back to streaming on Thursdays next week. Because I know it's been a while. I'm sorry. I was busy. Anyway, yeah. Is there anything that you guys are excited for that's like coming up? New update on a game I like? What game? Easter? I've never seen anybody excited for Easter. It's like one of the most holidays ever. Age of Empires 2. I've never played that. Oh, because of Miracle Art. Okay. Next Overwatch season, unironically. What is the next Overwatch season? I didn't even know that there was one. Got a couple concerts next month. Dude, I miss going to concerts. It's been so long, but I'm so busy. April 22nd. Interesting. I've like stopped playing all of my hero shooters. I don't know what happened to me. I'm gonna be spending my birthday with my grandmother next week. Oh my god, happy birthday. Happy early birthday. I hope that you have fun at your grandma's. That doesn't matter. I'm alone and I'm free. 'Cause there's nothing really wrong with me. It doesn't matter. Yeah, no problem. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do next when it comes to VTubing after this fucking oh whoa. After this fucking front page Twitch stream. I feel like I need to do something. I don't know what it is. I feel like I'm missing something. I know that I want to do a video on Ina. I'm gonna probably be late for the influx, but I'm hoping that maybe I can like talk to some of the people that worked on it. I know at least one person that worked on it. But I don't know. Even know what love is. Are you growing tired of this? I don't really think about your love now, and I don't think that you still care. Could you contact the artist that popped in the chat the other day? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I can't wait to make the keychains kiss. Yeah, I was thinking about asking them. And then I also wanted to see if they knew anybody else that might be interested in being interviewed. I'm alone and I'm free. And I know it doesn't matter. Someone else's time on someone else's time. Line in the sand. Take a drink of my water. Just kidding, it's my monster. Ugh. Gah. Bah. What you want me to? Nail me up against the wall. I gotta apologize for challenging you to the frog on your first run. I mean, you know what that is, man? That's content. I didn't know that that was gonna happen. The second time is on me as well because I was like, ooh, what's this guy have to say to me? It's fucking hilarious how I didn't make it to the bathroom on my first fucking playthrough. I had to wait until I came back later. Also, I fucking love Ina, so truly any opportunity to play it was dastardly fun. Devilishly delightful. Kicking a rock across the entire fucking map I could have done without. But besides that, it was slayful, and I appreciated it. Can't wait for the next one. Black as a soul, I'd rather die than give you control. Oh yeah, definitely a troll move. Oh man, you know what? You know what happened while I was gone is a really significant VTuber decided that they were going to stop VTubing. That's pretty big news. I don't know if she's going to stop VTubing, but I know that she's going to stop being in Hololive. Rip Dodgers. True. I still can't believe that they did that fucking collaboration with the Dodgers. Out of all things to see VTubers in, I did not expect like an American baseball game to be one of them. The Dodgers needed her. I know Japan's big into baseball. I just didn't expect it to happen to an American baseball team. I guess it makes sense because it was Hololive EN, but eventually the Mets are gonna have some VTuber to replace Grimace for the year, and I can't wait. Pecora is there too, yeah, or Pecora. Now that you mention it, I do remember that because Ludwig had a shirt with her on it. Okay, well that'll work for now. But then again, too few to mention. Boobies. Without exemption, I've planned each charted course. Melly the Skelly, thank you for the 100 bits. You'd come in here and you do that at random intervals. I always appreciate it. Thank you. I'm sure you knew, and I bit off more than I could chew through it all. I'm not very sociable, but I love to hear you sing. Aw, thank you. That's very sweet of you. And making me smile. And I stood tall and did it my way. Blech. Side. Why do British people sound like that? Not in a shy way. And not himself, then he has not. He truly fails, and not the words of one who kneels. Record show, I took the blows and did it my way. Oh dear. X5, X5, or times 5 times 5. Thanks for the raid, man. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hello, Raiders. My name is Atlas Anarchy, and I am. I kind of gotta go pee. I kind of have to go pee pee, but I won't because you guys are here. But the ad does start in 2 minutes, so watch out. I hope that you guys had a lovely stream. What were you up to? Ever seen X5, X5? Thanks for the follow, my man. With those American thighs. She told me to come, but I was already there. Playing some Metal Gear Solid for the first time. I've also never played Metal Gear Solid. So you're doing better than me. Hell yeah. I get stuck a couple of times. I feel it. I have the tendency to do that. Hell yeah, though. I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that you and your community enjoyed the Metal Gear Solid. I know that there is a sizable fan base that wants half of those men to explore each other's bodies, and that's about all I know about it. Another swing. Let me fix the whites of her eyes. I like not making it stark white, but she looks kind of like jaundiced. All I knew of it was because of my brother and that Revolver Ocelot likes revolvers. Is that why he's called that? News to me. Oh, I need to give her eye bags too. For those joining in from the raid, we are currently drawing bunny girls for what's this thing? For Easter sleigh. He likes to do flicks. Me too. Thank you. I did this for the to promo the stream today, which is me in a bunny suit. Very slay. Shook me all night long. All I know about Metal Gear Solid is that the Yaoi is alive and well. Lena loves the Metal Gear Solid Yaoi. This is all I know. Give her tail a little bit of a purple tint to it. Nope. Yes. Actually, there we go. Oh, that's dance, bitch, dance. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go peep. I'm gonna be lurking since I had to use the 5% of my brain to think how to beat a boss of the game. I saw your art for a while and it looked pretty neat. Keep at it. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that, dude. I appreciate it. Enjoy your lurk. Okay, be right back. Okay. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. You guys are quiet today. Wake up. Wake up. Oh, right, the fishnets. That's her tail. That's the thing under it. Put the bodysuit and the tail together. And the headphones. Wait, hold on. This does not make sense. Stressed Mango. Thanks for the follow, dude. Welcome in. To fix this shading so it makes sense because the sunlight is coming from a different angle. I hope you're having a lovely day, Mango. I got cereal. Hell yeah. I followed your Twitter for a while. Love the concept of your avatar. Hey, man, thanks. I appreciate it. Man in the mirror. I was never a big cereal guy growing up. I mostly just ate well, I never even ate breakfast, but 7-Eleven. Thanks for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you for giving me Jeff Bezos' money. Lurking because I'm suffering in Fortnite. Second time watching, love your art, and can't wait to learn about Euroseas. Thank you. Aw, that's so sweet. Wow. I'm blushing. Let me give her fishnets. Fishnets. Jesus. Man in the mirror. Man in the mirror. I always love it when people are like, oh, I can't wait to learn more about your OCs. I'm like, oh. When I was a kid, I used to desperately want people to talk to me about my OCs. And I still do, but these days, I mean, I don't know. After a certain point, you realize that it's very difficult to get people to care about stuff that doesn't have a set concept or a set media it's attached to, I suppose. I don't like the word media because it's used so fucking stupidly, but it doesn't have anything that it's attached to, you know? So when people come in and they're like, oh, I like your OCs and I appreciate them and I want to learn more about them, I'm like, oh my God, yay. It's also why I don't get why people say that Tumblr is a good place for artists when it definitely is not. It's a pretty shit place unless you're doing fandom stuff, because Tumblr is mostly fandom stuff, you know? It's not really anything else. But if you are an OC artist on Tumblr, it's really difficult to get your shit looked at. It's difficult for anybody to give a shit about what you're doing. Speaking as somebody who tried for a long time, before when Tumblr did the porn ban, I just stopped going on Tumblr. Not even really because I watched porn or looked at porn on Tumblr. I wasn't really that kind of a person back then, but I just something about it felt so sanitized and boring, and a lot of the people that I liked left after a while too. So when I see people reiterating that Tumblr is a good place, I feel like a lot of people forget that a majority of the people that were on Tumblr are now on Twitter because Tumblr sucks. these days is fine, but the reputation that Twitter has now is the reputation that Tumblr used to have. So like it's not it's not really any different. At this point it's just people ping-ponging between the same two websites over and over again, hoping to find one where they're like, okay, this is the perfect one for artists. But I had way more success after a few years on Twitter than I ever did after several years on Tumblr. I don't know why I'm talking about this. I feel like it's a quiet day, so people are just like having me on the background to talk. And I like just talking about things. My problem is that sometimes I just don't I need to like, oh, my dog's barking. I need to be like prompted to go on some kind of tirade like this, and I need to figure out like what is something that I have long enough an opinion on to like actively talk about it. Like, I don't mind carrying a conversation by myself, but sometimes it's just so difficult for me to rationalize what I should be talking about for like 20 minutes straight when nobody's replying. Because streaming is just like an extensive conversation with yourself, and I'm trying to get better at it because I worry that like I'm way too boring. And it was way worse back when I feel like a lot of that is stuff that I learned from being an even smaller VTuber back before I blew up a little bit, where I would just kind of like sit here and stay quiet for several long stretches of time because I didn't really have anybody in chat besides my friends, and my friends were there to like support me, but they were also doing their own thing, you know? Bah. Anyway, what was I talking about before that? And felt no attraction with OC. Oh, right. I was talking about Tumblr and Instagram and all that. I never had an Instagram. Well, I did, but I never had like a following on Instagram because I didn't like using it. I feel like Instagram is like the most, I don't know what it is. I feel like such a normie when I'm on it. And most of the people that I know from like school use Instagram, and I fucking can't stand it. I hate it. I don't like the layout. I don't like the kind of things that the algorithm pushes. I don't give a shit about Instagram at all. I will never have an Instagram connected to this persona. So like this Atlas Anarchy thing. If you ever see an Instagram that is Atlas, that says like Atlas Anarchy or something, that is not me. Because I cannot fucking stand Insta. When I did try to upload like years and years ago to Instagram, it sucked ass because Insta had like, I don't know, the way that they have like the cropping and the fucking like the way that if you put your art on there, your art will like sometimes absolutely fucking like get crushed in quality. Hi, Stardust. What's with Insta? All I know is that Insta is a graveyard for art. My problem with Insta is that it's mostly like, I think it started out as like a photo sharing platform, and then it became kind of like an influencer centric platform, both of which mean absolutely fucking nothing to me. I don't know. Sam. It's just one of those platforms that I just don't have any interest in, and I don't think it's a good place for artists. I have been told, like, when I was in art school, we spoke to a lot of like recruiters for art jobs and shit that they go on Instagram to find people. But I literally don't give a shit. I can't force myself to care about Instagram or force myself to post on Instagram because I fucking hate it. And you carry the same kind of temper too. The community. Anyone remember the sketchbook specifically made as a square and were marketed for the Instacrop? That was a thing. That's fucking ridiculous. hate that. A little more friendly. You need to calm down. Does she still think of me? In her sleep, I thought you knew her better than me. I owned the couple only because I liked squares. Fishnet texture transparent, please. Please, I need a transparent image. Oh, there we go. Temper 2. She told me that she fucking hates you. It's no good. I only owned a couple because I like squares. I mean, I like square sketchbooks, but I just can't. Ooh, hello. I like square sketchbooks, but I can't. I cannot find myself enjoying something that is made specifically with the intent to post it on Instagram. I think maybe I'm just a crazy person. I think maybe I'm just an old man in the body of a 23-year-old woman. I let them all friendly. Now you need to calm down. It's no good. Why not be a little more friendly? You need to calm down. I thought you knew her better than me. Hello, Twilister. I'm straight as shooters go. In this life you never know. I'm straight as shooters go. Honestly, yeah, optimizing art just for social media interfaces results in less interesting art. I feel like this is true of like most things, not just like art itself, but like I've seen a lot of situations where people have like altered the way that they do things or altered their own like characters because it might get them brownie points on Twitter, and it fucking kills me, dude. I hate it when people do it. I hate it when people change their characters to apply to this like to appeal to the larger demographic, so more people are like, oh my god, he's so perfect or she's so perfect or whatever the fuck, just because they tick a couple of boxes. It's not a difficult thing for me to like extrapolate, I suppose, but like I feel like a lot of people who make OCs, especially the popular like Twitter ones, there's like an absence of substance that keeps me from fully appreciating a certain OC or something, right? And I want to know more about them as like and their role in the plot rather than them as a like which one of the many social boxes do they tick? Which one of the many which one of the little fucking special things make them so cool or so fucking woke or whatever the fuck. I don't know. And it's like crazy because it makes me sound so fucking lame, but at the same time, I like it when characters are authentic people and not just like a collection of different identities and labels. I should say labels, not identities. When people talk to me about their characters, I don't give a shit if their character is like gay or straight or trans or whatever the fuck. I want to know like what their overall arc is and what their life is like and what turns them into the character that they are. You like them more as a character than a paper doll. It's true. I mean, I literally feel sometimes that my own characters are just like fully fleshed out human beings in my brain. And if they haven't been, then they're either at the forefront or they're in the back of my head. And it's difficult for me to elaborate on characters that I haven't like created yet. Like for Cindy's story, I finally had to push myself off my fucking ass and make characters that go with her story because she needs them. She needs other people to bounce off of in that world. And because they don't exist yet, I can't entertain the kind of people that they are. And thus I don't give a shit about them. But once I start getting an idea and I start figuring out what I want to do with them, I'm like, okay, so this is this character and this character does this. And this is their ultimate flaw, and this is their ultimate goal, and this is whether or not they reach that goal. I just find that more interesting than like, oh yeah, this character is one of whatever fucking assigned label they want to give to that character on that specific day. I just wish people made characters and not like they made characters and not like generic motherfucking tits and ass. I don't know. It's difficult for me to articulate what I'm trying to talk about because like, and obviously there's nothing inherently wrong with making a character whose identity is intrinsically tied to their arc. Never is going to be a problem, but when their identity and their labels, when their labels become their entire identity, that's when I'm like, that's not a character. That's not a person. That's just a character. Beings that are perfect. Yeah, it's more like people who are perfect because they fit into a certain label that Twitter deems is interesting or more fun or something like that. Like this character, right? This character is a trans woman, but that doesn't have like, that might have bearing on her life. That definitely has bearing on how she sees herself, but that's not the only thing that I have about this character. You know, that's not the only thing that is important to me about this character. She was a character first before I decided that it made sense for her story for her to also be a trans woman. You know what I mean? And like some people just have characters that are fun, you know, just for fun, and those are fine, obviously. But I only really find myself caring about OCs or characters that have some kind of like thing that draws you to them, that makes you feel like you're looking at a person in a screen and not just like I there really is no other way for me to describe it other than like a collection of Twitter friendly identities. It's the same thing where they make like a villain like straight or whatever the fuck, and they're like, "Hey, isn't it funny because he's straight and everybody else is gay, but he's the villain?" It's like that's so fucking. It's so fucking teenager Tumblr coded. I just hate it. And I guess maybe I really don't like it because it's stuff that I used to do, and I find that stuff so embarrassing. So there's also that. It's where I was like, this character is interesting because he is gay. That's it. What makes his gayness interesting? I don't know. I just said that he's interesting because he's gay. I feel like a lot of people, speaking as somebody who is a gay person, a lot of us tend to kind of, I don't want to say tokenize, but it almost feels like tokenizing yourself in a way. obviously I don't mean like the kids on whatever the equivalent of amino is these days, saying like, oh, this is my character Ebony Darkness, Dementia Raven Way, and all this other fucking bullshit. But it's just like people who are trying to make actual things with their actual characters, and like adults expecting me to give a shit about their character because their character has a complicated relationship with gender or whatever the fuck. And I'm like, okay, maybe, but you have to give me more than just that. And it's like, no, that's all there is. I'll be real. I joined stream when you were working on the legs, and I was going to ask their gender. Then you zoomed out and went, ah. I tend not to get invested in OCs though, so I might be a little biased. I love my OCs. I love OCs in general. I love OCs in general. Also, she's a trans woman. Her name is Yuki. Say hi, Yuki. She usually wears like Fortnite shirts. She's a basement dweller. Say hi, Yuki. Hi. She usually wears headphones that have cat girl ears on them. You say Yuki? I did, yeah. Sometimes I also spell it, like if I'm on my phone, I spell it like Yuki. I don't draw her very often. But she's there. She's in my brain. She's one of the characters that I talked about, that I thought about a lot a couple years ago. But the more you stick around, the more people that you'll meet. Or the more OCs that you'll meet, I guess. Okay, I think that this is good, so I'll just color in the lines, and then I'll do the rest later. If you press win plus colon, you can get a menu for emojis and special letters. That's cute. I think on my computer it's a different command. I just got a message. Hold on. Oh, no, never mind. It was a Twitch thing. I think I use... What did I use? It was Windows and V. Sleep. Windows 10 doesn't have mpreg as a built-in emoji, so I just search manually. Wow. Sick. That's awesome. I hate everybody. Anyway, yeah, I would assign, when I was younger, when I was making like OCs and stuff, I would assign like random ass labels to certain characters, because I'm just like, yeah, why not? This character is this, and that character is that. And, you know, that's fine. You know, it's kind of how I give them names, but I don't know. I feel like people are a little bit more complicated than that. Like, I have at least one OC. I think I have talked about it. Yes, I have. Oh my God, I almost forgot. Fucking Akuri, who I like sat down with myself a long time ago, and I was like, what is his relationship with his like sexuality? And I landed on the idea that Akuri believes himself to be pansexual, but is not. He is somebody that is not really interested in women, but because of the world that he grows up in and the people that he knows, namely like Avery, he is like, I guess I like women in some sense. And it's not that he doesn't know that he likes men, because he does, but he doesn't know that he exclusively likes men because he hasn't figured that out, and he might never figure that out because not everybody is able to do that. Some people stick with the wrong label for like so long, but they stick with the wrong label and then they're like too afraid to change it. I know that happened to me a long time ago. And it's not even like a big arc or anything. It's just something that he struggles with personally because, you know, our lives aren't really dictated by arcs, you know, us as real people. And like obviously they're fictional characters. They can have some kind of arc, and some of them do. But I just find it interesting when somebody has this thing that is difficult for them to resolve on their own, and it's something that they struggle with, but ultimately either come to terms with or just kind of have on the back burner, or maybe in some cases aren't even aware of it. And I think that that's far more interesting than being like, oh yeah, he's gay. And like for certain characters that works totally fine. It works totally fine to just be like, oh yeah, he's gay. But when I can add complexities to somebody, I will add complexities, damn it. I'm annoying. We are not cut and dry people, you know? Living life out on the street, I don't think they will survive. It's like the difference between showing up to a D&D session with a pre-built character versus having a loose idea and developing them during the campaign. Yeah, true. I remember, I've talked about this before, but since we're here, I'm going to talk about it again. I remember when I was I was doing a TTRPG. It wasn't D&D, but it was a TTRPG, and I can't remember what the system was, if it wasn't just a completely homebrew system. I would play my character as a character and not as me trying to be the coolest in the room or whatever. And it led to my DM really, really liking that character, because that character would like check in on NPCs and make sure that like an NPC that was like a kid or whatever, or even just like an NPC that was a civilian, would get to a safer place before she tried to get into this cool like fight scene situation. And I'm like, well, that's the kind of person that character is. That's the kind of person that she would be if she was real, right? If she was a real person, then she would prioritize saving other people over eliminating a threat. If the threat is still in the room and there are still people in the if the threat is still an active threat and there are people in the way, then obviously the first thing that she's going to want to do, or obviously this character, the first thing that she's going to want to do is protect the people that can't protect themselves. That's the kind of person that she is. But my DM was so surprised because people don't usually do that. People are like, they just want to be cool. And like, I understand the appeal in that, but I just like writing characters as characters rather than vessels for me to look cool in. I can do both. It's not that hard. You can write cool character moments while also making sure that they feel like a person and not like a tool for you to seem cool or based or whatever the fuck. But, you know. Hello. Thank you. Pull my hair out of my way. Okay, well, that's going to be Yuki for now. Let's start on the next one. What's this? Oh, this is a Avery and Hendrix I didn't finish because I wanted to draw them as the characters from The Shining. This Hendrix turned out so cute. Look at her. She's so adorable. Hello. It's like how people enjoy finding out where an NPC goes after they walk away from the character. Exactly. I love doing that in video game. Okay, now let me get the next person that we're going for. I like to refuse, so I think before I do. Go and get it anyway. Hold your breath. I'll make this worth the wait. Hold your breath to your chest and come back and see me. All right, so let's doodle this one first. Fix this stance in a second. I just need to get her out. Get her out of my brain. Come back and see me. Like how, oh wait, I already read that. Fucking, it's kind of, this might be a controversial thing to say, but when I see people that say when I see people make their character's only trait be like being gay or whatever, it always makes me think of like the shitty like what everybody thinks that Stellar Blade is, where Stellar Blade is just like a sexy lady, and the only, because I've never played it, I don't know if it actually is like that, but like where they believe that it's only this one thing, and I don't know. I'm like, it's basically the same thing to me, where it's like the only thing that this character has of substance is what they offer to a certain demographic of people, instead of being like a fully rounded character. Like, I think that's what 2B comes off of from Nier Automata, and then like you actually play the game and you realize that she's an interesting, multifaceted character, I think, from what I've heard. Hi, Radless. I've read a shit ton of fanfics and was raised around science fiction and fantasy authors, so I can tell from what you're saying that you're thinking about your OCs from a people and storytelling perspective rather than of visuals and surface level theatrics, and I actually love that. True. I try to make it seem as if we're saying some important things. And, you know, I do have characters that are just, you know, there to look pretty, but they also don't take up much room in my brain. Like, I just draw them when I want to draw something pretty. Oh yeah, I'm loving the tablet, dude. I'm having so much of a fun time. I had some like troubles with it that I couldn't remember like what my settings were for the previous tablet, and I had already gotten rid of it. And but I fixed everything, and now everything makes sense, and now I'm having so much fun, and now I'm making commissions and I'm drawing. Have you never played Nier? I never finished Nier. I have played Nier, but I didn't finish it. What's your opinion on JoJo's? I've never seen it. Who is your favorite character in Stand? I don't have one because I've never seen it, but I like the design of the guy that looks like this. He has a hat. Jotaro? I think so. He looks something like that. He's got a hat. That's all I can remember. And he has like spiky black hair. And also he's like 17 or something. He called his mom a bitch. Damn. That's shameful. I like his design, but I've never actually seen JoJo. Six, 17, 6 feet tall, and 250 pounds of lean muscle. I hate characters that look like that. I'm sorry. It's one of my least favorite anime tropes ever. That's why I stopped watching Jujutsu Kaisen, because they have fucking, what is his name? Yuji. And like the first episode, he's all like, whoa, here's my 77 pack, and here are my cum gutters, and all of this other stuff. And here are my shorts, and here are my big muscly muscles. Ooh, here are my big muscly muscles. But I'm just a boy. I'm 15. I'm 15-year-old. I just hate this. I hate this so much. I hate this trope so much. I hate this so much as a trope. I love Megan the Stallion. You know what? His lower half is also like super muscularly toned, where it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Look at those knobby knees. Whoa, whoa, whoa. But he's just a boy. Oh. I kind of like Denji because he kind of falls outside of that. He looks like a malnourished teenager. Because like you have the other characters that are like that, and then you have Denji, and he's like, something like that. He's into Jennifer Lawrence. I know that he was into. I know that he said Megan Thee Stallion at some point. I like Megan Thee Stallion more than I like Jennifer Lawrence. I do like Jennifer Lawrence, but I think that Megan Thee Stallion's hotter. I know that Denji bulks up in part 2, which I'm not as upset about because he does have access to more resources than he did previously. Her boobs are bigger than that. Are you caught up with Chainsaw Man? I haven't read it since part 1, but fucking Twitter loves to spoil me every Tuesday, so I know what's going on. only person who's in that trope that I genuinely like is Jotaro. Like, what do you mean he looked like an actual realistic 16-year-old and then smash cut to the bulky ass bodybuilder calling his mom a bitch? Like, that was funny to me somehow. That does sound pretty funny. People have told me before that JoJo is better than most people give it credit for, or better than it looks, I suppose, because I really don't like the art style, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. Should I leave to avoid spoilers? I'm not going to say any spoilers for Chainsaw Man. People are still reading that shit, you know? Fucking ants all over my fucking desk. If you could be a Pokemon, which one would you pick? If I could be a Pokemon, I would say Umbreon, because I really like Umbreon. I agree with your unbiased opinion, Jolene Simp number 4. Hmm. Does Crumple exist in 3D, or is she a sentient moving sheet of paper the size of a person? Both. I don't know. I haven't gotten that far yet. I don't know how she would look like in a 3D space. It's part of the reason I haven't gotten a 3D model yet. I don't really know what it's going to look like. Though I know that I want to do something stylized. I just don't know stylized in what manner. Because there's a lot of different ways that you can do that. I usually operate under the assumption that she is a 3D character because the way that I draw her, you can't really tell here. Well, here. her lines wrap around her like it would if she had like bones and muscle. So I tend to just kind of do it this way. It's also because she's supposed to look a little bit like a guideline on how to draw people with her lines. So her lines warp with the shape of her muscle. So I assume that she's just 3D. What would her bones and muscles be made out of? I don't know. Some kind of fiber material. There's fucking ants all over my stupid fucking desk, dude. Get over here so I can brush you off. Get off of my desk. Go away. They want to try the new tablet? Well, they can't. It's mine. The guidelines are a really good demo of drawing form. Yeah, I think that people forget that. Like beginner artists, when they're drawing, they forget that the body is supposed to be. The body is a skeleton, okay? The body is a skeleton. It kind of looks like this, right? The body is bones. Cindy, that is a skeleton, okay? That is bones. The body is bones. And there's like a rib cage here, I think. And there's like a pelvic bone here, I think, something like that. And then there's like a really long bone here. And then there's more bone here. And then there's like a whole bunch of bones there. There's a whole bunch of bones in there. And then there's like a whole bunch of bones up here too. And then like there's more bone. There's teeth here. All that other shit. And then like bone. And then bone. People forget that the muscle is kind of like wrapped around the bone, you know? So when I draw stuff and I'm drawing the torso and I do stuff like this, where I'm drawing this, like, that's me trying to simulate how the muscle is wrapped around the bone. Because we're not made of shapes like this, you know? Like cartoons are made of shapes like this. But this is how I personally like to draw form, and I threw it into my character. Hey, yay, yay. I'll never forget that one Tumblr post that was like, how did people in the Middle Ages know what skeletons were without x-rays? Shortly followed by, never mind, I forgot dead people exist. The dead only know one thing. It is better to be alive. Caveman when the bear snaps their leg in half. Dude, I watched a really good video about a guy reviewing the Timothy Treadwell case and basically just like psychoanalyzing him. It was so fucking interesting. I love making a booba big. I'm on fire. Booba? Yep. Booba. I only know this song about because of some Minecraft parody. Back in my day, it was the Homestuck music video. That you're the antidote to everything except for me. Burn everything you love, then burn the ashes. Collides my childhood, spat back out the monster that you see. Know what you did in the dark. Heard this in a FNAF AMV? Okay, slay. You win. I'm on fire. This went hard on the school bus. Hey, an ad starts in 1 minute. Don't forget to contribute to the daily sub goal. In order to avoid the ads. Hold on, I'm gonna put my head down for just a second. I'm up. I'm up. I'm up. I love giving a girl ridiculous size. Can't wait for my government mandated Filipino gambling ad. Won't somebody please help this brother? Fuck. Gambling, let's go. I can see right through, just so you know. Did you guys watch the iDubbbz thing? The content cop, I mean. Pardon my dad. I did, but it's crazy how I knew like 3 people max in the video. It's exactly how I felt. That is exactly how I felt. And I think the only reason that I knew Frogan was because she won like Rising Star or something like that a couple years back at the Streamer Awards. I don't know if it was good, but it definitely was interesting to me. Like I knew who iDubbbz was, I knew who Frogan was, I knew who Hassan is, know who H3 is. That's all I got.
Boobies.
Boobies. Why did that not work? Hold on. Give me a moment. Oh, my VTS React disconnected. Of course it did. Where'd emo girl go? There it is. I want to know if you've ever done those online daily games like Wordle or Connections. I used to do Wordle. There's one called Bandle. Do you like guess what a band is? Like based off of a clip or some lyrics? Another instrument and so on. Interesting. We were gold, trying to dream that can't be sold. We were right till we weren't. Wanted a home and watched it burn. I didn't want to leave ya, I didn't want to lie. Started to cry, but then remembered I can buy myself flowers in the sand. Talk to myself for hours. Say things you don't understand. I can take myself dancing, and I can hold my own hand. Well, I can love me better than you can. No regret. I heard me of everything you said. I didn't want to leave you. I didn't want to lie. It to cry, but then remember Oh wait, I'm not in a category. Fuck. Mods, can you put me in the art category? Damn. I think I got rid of Ina and then I forgot to put myself back in art. That makes a lot of sense. God damn it. Whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't want to leave you. I didn't want to lie. But then remembered You drawing Femme Tavros? No, I am drawing somebody's OC. Her head's a little bit too big. Oops. No, my brush is too big. I got some peach rings. I'm gonna use some peach rings. Hmm. The anime landscape kind of dry right now. I feel it. I know my friends have been watching My Hero Academia, but they're trying to get me to watch it, but I'm like, mm. Hi, waifu. No MHA spoilers, please. It starts really slow. I wouldn't recommend it to other people. I mean, I watched the first like episode a long time ago, and I was like, it's kind of boring. And then I tried the second episode, and then I was like, I don't think this is for me. Everything kind of went radio silent after Free Run and Dungeon Meshi. I really hate the Dungeon Meshi fandom. I don't know what it is. I find them so fucking annoying. I find Dungeon Meshi fans so fucking annoying. You're gonna have to edit the command, not add a new one. My sister liked it and pushed me to watch it in exchange for her watching JJBA. And I got to the point where she liked JJBA more than My Hero Academia, and I lasted till season 4 of My Hero Academia before dropping it. More Fallon and Marcial discourse, please. I hate those two. I'm sorry. It's the most boring fucking Yuri ship I've ever seen in my entire life. I apologize. I can hand in my gay card. I find them so annoying. I cannot stand them together. Polaris in shambles right now. Polaris already knows that I don't like Farseal. I wish I liked it, but I think that it's so fucking boring. I think it's so fucking boring. My ultimate sin is that I like what is his name? The blonde guy, Fallon's brother with Marcial more than I like Fallon and Marcial together. And it's literally only because they remind me of my OCs. The twink? No, isn't that the short one? Have you watched or read it yet? I've watched a portion of the beginning. I think I made it to like 5 episodes in. Chilchuck is a father of 3. Well, apparently, according to our previous conversation a couple of streams ago, he's still a twink. Evening. I am the sand in the bottom half. I try to picture me without you, but I can't. But yeah, no, I really just hated the Dungeon Meshi fandom. Because it felt like the Steven Universe fandom. When I was younger, I was going through the Steven Universe trenches, you know, and I see the way that people react to anybody having a different opinion in the Dungeon Meshi fandom, and I'm like, this is just the same shit, different coat of paint. I just think Chilchuck's wife is cute. I haven't seen her. Probably cuter than he deserves. I've played these games before. Like I saw somebody who shipped like Chilchuck and Marcel or Marcel, yeah, Marcel on my dashboard before, on my Twitter timeline, I mean. And people were like jumping down their throat and I'm like, oh, fucking who cares? I don't like it either, but I'm like, ugh, who fucking gives a shit? Leave the goat chill alone. I mean, he was one of the characters that I actually liked when I watched it. He's like so pissed off all the time. He's so pissed off and tired all the time. I like the cat girl too. She's cute. Thank you, Josh. So good. Anyway, yes, if you would like to try and buy some of the merch, because we have merch left over from the first drop, do exclamation point merch and go and buy something. Delicious merch. Ba-da-da-da. Ow. You mentioned Homestuck before. Did you read it or were you involved in the fandom? No, and thank God, no. I mean, like, I would like pass by it just by virtue of being on the internet at a certain age, but I was never like into it and I never actually watched it. Or read it, I guess. To be fair, the Dungeon Meshi fandom is not as bad as the current free run one. I don't interact with the free run fandom at all because I only watched like 2 episodes of free run, even though I really liked it. I just never continued. The truth of the matter is that, yeah, obviously people who are right-wing grifters are going to be way worse to interact with than Steven Universe fucks. But I've only interacted with the Steven Universe fucks, and I've just blocked all the right-wingers, so... Oh man, that reminds me about that chick on the fucking that like the monkey girl on Twitter. You guys see that I wasn't getting flamed, but I had some people in my mentions like, "What? You're so fucking stupid." I'm like, It's a shame because I think that Free Run is like the anime itself is very gorgeous, but it did get co-opted by a lot of people who I would rather not interact with. Free Run made me realize that the fantasy genre is more than just isekais and leveling up. Yeah, it's very pretty. It's a shame what happened to it, but I know to say I think it's okay if you don't feel the same way, but I more than just friends. I didn't miss the sweater weather, I just missed you. Just missed you. Anyway, I got gently flamed on Twitter because I said that having a VTuber with a savage jungle aesthetic and giving her dreadlocks was strange. And also being a right-wing grifter, that's a big one. I think I've said this before, but I was like, I am very sorry if you see me like arguing with people or making takes that you agree with but dislike seeing drama. My thing is, I don't want people who support that kind of thing to be following me, and so I would rather they know and then unfollow and get themselves out of my following rather than having to go through and individually check every single person that follows me, which I would rather not do. Was that the banana VTuber model? Yeah, her like monkey themed banana VTuber with the dreadlocks and fan art that has her being choked by black people or whatever the fuck. People only started turning on her because she posted AI art, and it's like, yes, this sucks, but you're gonna come on, come on, come on. She's done worse things. Curating your audience is a valid thing to do. Yeah, I just don't want people to be following me expecting that I'm not going to say shit, because I am. I saw people dogpiling her or disliking her or whatever the fuck earlier before the AI art thing too, like as well. My only thing is, I saw people being like, "This is the last straw," and it's like, no. That was several straws ago. It doubled when Asmongold supported. He did, yes, he did. He commented on the situation, and then she was like, "Oh, he is so based." And it's like, I don't think that that would be a word that I use to describe Asmund. Personally, I don't think that that's a word that I would personally use to describe Asmongold. Maybe dirty or stinky. If you're like in the middle of a Twitter beef and the person that is supporting you is Asmund fucking Gold, the guy that used to wipe his bleeding gums off on his wall, then you're in the wrong. I think that he just used to not brush his teeth, or maybe he still doesn't, and it would make his gums bleed, and he would just rub it off of his mouth and then rub it onto the wall. Oh yeah, he literally can't drink water because he has to chase it with soda. Asmongold, yes. The video of him drinking water is actually hilarious. You know what? I wonder. Hold on, I have to check something. I have this I like this. I don't know if he's a right winger. I don't want to put that out there, but there is this VTuber, this very big drama VTuber that at some point followed me, and I was like, I check him periodically to see if he's unfollowed me because we are the opposite of each other. But because I said one thing that he thought was funny or something, and he made a video about, he followed me. Oh my god, he still does. It's not Nux, no. It's not Rev. Oh my god, fuck no. I hate Rev. Oh god. It's not nuts. Hey viewer, I don't know if he watches my streams at all. I think that he just kind of fucking followed me on a whim because he was like, this is probably a VTuber that's based, but I think that we might be on opposite sides of the coin here. Actually, I don't know if he's a VTuber. I've never seen him use a VTuber model. He's definitely like a drama YouTuber at least. Whatever. Most people just think VTuber automatically equals based chud. Well, unfortunately not for me. Jumping out of a window when Asmongold or Grums agree with me. If you play your cards right, you will never be in a situation where that happens to you. Don't worry. The thing with that VTuber too is that she has a model or a version of her model that doesn't have dreadlocks and is just a cute monkey girl, but she chooses to use the version of herself that has dreadlocks. And like, come on. I remember in the comments of that, one of the people, I think somebody who just was trying to hear me out, was like, what if your model became controversial tomorrow? And I'm like, well, how? Because this isn't like she spawned in and then suddenly she was controversial. It was controversial from the jump to give yourself matted locks. I thought she was supposed to be more like caveman than monkey. She has monkey ears and her name is Banana. Or the first part of her name is Banana. There is a caveman VTuber that does it very well, you know? And like you can be a caveman VTuber without resulting to like boring, stupid, savage stereotypes, you know? Like Meet, that VTuber, that cave woman VTuber, she's awesome. Was she caveman and monkey? No, she was just a monkey. She was just a monkey, and then I remember I was looking for it and I could never find it, so I don't know where it is now. But I do remember when it happened that when she was called out the first time initially for having that strange model, she would retweet fan art that was like, "Oh yeah, she has the N-word pass because she is a monkey and has locks." I'm like, oh god, VTubing is so fucking dark. I hate it here. Hey, Milky. Anyway, I don't talk about drama to like try and make myself stay relevant. I really don't. I just want people to know where I stand on certain issues so people that disagree with me can fuck the fuck off. And I don't mean disagree as in like I'm always right and you're always wrong, but I don't know. Some people's existences are inherently political just by virtue of who they were born as. And I want people to know that I support them for who they are, and I'm not gonna hide behind a I don't want to be political kind of defense because that's stupid. I don't know. I talk about this pretty consistently, so it's not really like the most interesting topic, I guess, but agree to disagree depends on what you're disagreeing on. You're so for real for that. Exactly. Like I can't think off the top of my head. I'm bad at speaking political stuff, so I can't think of a something off the top of my head where I'm like, yeah, we can agree to disagree with that. But like, if somebody is like, if I'm like, trans people deserve to be happy and live a good life, and they're like, well, let's agree to disagree. I'm like, no, 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 hold on, no. Let's agree to disagree. Like, no, 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 no. Come on. Oh, I hate how this looks. All right, we're starting over. Hi, Avery. Oh, we can disagree on the topping of pizza. Exactly. Have you seen the right wing who listen to Rage Against the Machine but don't understand what it's about? You seen the motherfuckers who are like, why is Green Day so political now? Why is Green Day so political now? And it's like, bitch, where have you been? That reminds me of Pirate Software being, I don't want to not be political, and then getting so upset after his pretty progressive fan base wasn't happy with him platforming Asmund. Interesting. I didn't even hear about that. Yeah, why did Pirate Software let him onto his stream? What the fuck? What was the point in that? The third roach. About the Nothing Burger OnlyFans stuff? Oh. I guess it got buried. Is Asmon the Roach King? No, I feel like Asmon is like a bunch of roaches held together by like rubber string. It's like, you know how a rat king is a bunch of rats tied together with their tails? At least like kings would have people to bathe them. Roaches held together by racism. Roaches held together by racism is so fucking funny. That Fangs drama was the dumbest shit. Was it about him having an OnlyFans? I never understand why people use having an OnlyFans as like a gotcha. It's like with iDubbbz, his girlfriend had an OnlyFans or something, and they're like, your girlfriend has an OnlyFans. It's like, well, yeah. Oh, I remember that there was a drama about there is a drama about somebody having an OnlyFans or somebody being gay or something. OnlyFans is a World of Warcraft clan. Oh, I do remember that being about pirate software. But I didn't understand it because I didn't care. In case God doesn't show. It's a whole lot of nothing. Well, I'm glad that I ignored it. But because it got buried, I didn't hear about him inviting Asmongold. Oh, looking forward to the future, but my eyesight is going bad. The drama was because they were doing a raid and people were saying, let's dip, and then said, wait, no, rush the enemies. Pirate Software heard the first part, dipped, and everyone was like, what the fuck, dude? He refused to apologize for leaving and said that he had no mana or way to attack, despite it clearly being in view that he had mana potions. Wow, what a nothing burger. Dude, the Pirate Software situation is crazy. It's a shame because I really did like him. I never really watched his stuff, but when I saw him interacting with like Iron Mouse and stuff, I was like, oh, he seems really sweet. Collecting patient lovers. Get you out of those clothes. I'm 1 hour away. Getting me into the mood. Others hated Sketch for being gay. I hated him for his shitty jokes at the Streamer Awards. Yeah, he was really fucking annoying at the Streamer Awards, sorry. For the memories, for the memories. Oh. Atlas Eyes Show Speed collab. I would love to see I Show Speed interact with a VTuber. I don't know if he has yet, but I feel like that would be very fun. Like him just looking at a screen? I don't know. Bloodhound Gang is doing a reunion? What is the warp tool that you're using? I'm using Liquify. No shot. Baby. Bloodhound Gang to reunite after 10 years? Oh my god. Ooh. Why was Asmon on his stream? What was the point? Why was he there? That was it. That's so stupid. Yeah, I never understand why people just throw away their current audience when they have an opportunity to talk to a larger creator, even if that larger creator is morally bankrupt. Some people only want to further their fucking their reach, and they don't give a shit who they're pandering to. Thanks. You went to art school. Would you recommend it? Maybe. It's very situational. It really depends. Like, it really depends on your financial situation and whether or not you're in a good place. Really depends whether you learn well in a classroom setting. Things just worked out for me to be able to go to art school, which is not going to happen to everybody because it is expensive. And most traditional universities do not have an alternative. Usually the closest that they'll have is fine art, which is definitely not what you want. Fine art is boring. Unless you like fine art, in which case, cool. Oh, my brain is fried. I can't draw anything. I can't draw anything. I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. Actually, no, I don't want to delete that. That Hendrix is really cute. Is this my Heavenly? Oh, yeah, it is. Do you usually draw without reference? Sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't. No, I'm not taking sketch requests today. I'm not having a good art day. What happened to punch Nazis? Why do we socialize with them? Exactly. Shit's so stupid. Bees in the bread day? It's always a bees in the bread day. Ugh. Wait, I forgot to give Yuki her eye bags. Lipstick. Just kidding. She wouldn't wear that. Hmm. I'm so sleepy. Don't knock it until you've tried it. Sugar and spice and everything nice wasn't made for only girls. G.I. Joe and pantyhose and making room for the one and only Princess by Dawn in a leather thong. Princess by Dawn, a load of me. Sorry, I'm looking at all my socials and shit. Yuki is certified girl failure. It's true. This is there she is. Girl fail certificate. The University of Bed Rotting. Sorry, I'm wasting time until the ads start so I can go pee. My Shining Moon, thanks for the follow. My shiny teeth and me, my shiny teeth so awesome, just like your favorite song. My shiny teeth that blossom, so I grow up to be real strong. My shiny teeth, I love them, and they all love me. Why should I talk to you when I got 32? Woo! Shiny teeth and me. My shiny teeth and me. Okay, I'll be right back. I have to pee. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell happened? Why is everybody saying Joel? Dad bought your merch? What the fuck? Joel! Where are you? Bum. Get my television fix. Sitting on my crucifix, a living room or the private womb. Them brats are away. Fall in love and fall again. Alcohol and cigarettes and Mary Jane to keep me insane. Said Joel like Kratos looking for Zeus. Hold on, let me see if I can replay the last one. This is how I'm supposed to be in a land of make-believe that don't believe in me. Oh my god. Joel, thank you. Hold on, let me replay the alert. That's funny. What's the alert before that? Hold on, I got another alert before that. Oh, Nico Marin or Nico Marin? Nico Marin 88. Thanks for the follow. Model was just a lie. Home is where the heart is. What a shame that everybody's heart doesn't beat the same. Hello, Juno. The bunnying goes well. Well, actually, Yuki is done at least, but the other one I'm kind of struggling on. And ants keep popping up all over my fucking desk. I don't even have any food on my desk. I don't know what they're looking for. And then no one really seems to care. I read the graffiti in the bathroom stall of the holy stricture of the shopping mall. And always seem to confess. Back from church, welcome in. Fucking, I didn't go over what I watched. I didn't go over what I watched this week, which I didn't watch much, but I did see Martyrs. And if you are somebody who frequents those disturbing movie icebergs, you've heard of Martyrs, but Martyrs was a really interesting watch. Very fucked up, though. Very, very fucked up. Let me see if I can find like a pose reference. Hold on, let me draw boobs for the thumbnail so some more people show up. I mean, it's true. That's what I feel like every time I see an ant. I feel like Atlas with gun. Everyone's so full of shit, born and raised by hypocrites. From the cradle to the grave, we are the kids of war and peace. From Anaheim to the Middle East, we are the stories and disciples of the Jesus of suburbia. And it won't believe in me. I have to probably get back onto my figure drawing I'd have to get back into my figure drawing shit. I think that I'm losing touch. I'm losing touch. All these little things seem to matter so much that they confuse you, that I might lose you. Atlas, I need you to know I have this song request redeemed in my grasp, and I could very easily kill the genre consistency of your Spotify listening history with hammers. That's funny. You think that there's consistency in my Spotify listening history. Hold on. It's my top listened to artist this month. Na, 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 or am I just overjoyed? Nobody's perfect, and I stand accused, for lack of a better word, and that's my best excuse. Well, that I fucking Spotify won't load, so I can't get a funny moment in. Thanks, Spotify. Everybody say thanks, Spotify, and say it in the most obviously facetious way possible. Thanks, Spotify. Oh, it's so hard to find poses.
Thanks, Spotify.
Thanks, Obama. All my homies download MP3 music with virus. Well, that'll have to do. Leave me behind. That's it, chat. You're going into my backpack. Get in there. Wait, hold on. I had to turn it over, I guess. Get in there. What are you doing, Kurt? What are you doing today? Is it okay? Is this immersive? Is it immersive? Do you like what you do? What do you like? I'm gonna push you. How was it? Such amazing poetry. These are the jokes, people. These are the fucking jokes, okay? Listen, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. My streamer forgot to open their mouth before speaking. Dando Vax, thanks for the follow, man. Oh shit, now I feel like I'm in an 80s Disney movie. That's so sick. Braxkin the first and last. Braxkin the first and last, thanks for the follow. Sorry, I don't know why I was struggling through that so much. My streamer has no mouth and she must sing. I've been meaning to play I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream for a stream one day. Hello. Oh no, she's been italicized. Please? I could also, maybe I could read it on stream too. Oh, I love ice water. Oh, it's so delicious, ice water. Ice water, my best friend, ice water. I love this kind of music because it makes me lock in. Same. I feel like it'd be good music to work out to. How would you read it if you had no mouth? With my eyes, dumbass? Hands are shaking cold. These hands are meant to hold. I ever keep it strong, move along like I know you do. God damn it. I'm sorry, guys. I hate it when that happens. She came back after dying, just like Jesus. It's true. It truly is a Good Friday. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but OBS's new update has caused like random crashes for me. Atlas of Nazareth, don't. Atlas of Nazareth has been offline for 3 slutty minutes. Oh, fuck! Don't die on me. Okay, no. It's just my internet being dumb. Wait, I need that. Reopen close tab. Open image in new tab. Anyway, what were we talking about? I don't remember. Oh, we were talking about I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. I would like to play it. Centaur Psycho, thanks for the follow. It's a book, but there is a game. I know. Oh, you're replying to the person in chat. Be like, bitch. Think like I don't know what I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is. I have no tablet and I must screen. Will we get the Atlas I have no mouth and I must scream stream? Maybe. I'd like to do it. I don't know why, but I feel like it'd be a fun stream to do like really late at night. A late night Halloween stream? What day does Halloween fall on this year? Oh, it's a Friday. Define what late at night is for you. Okay, so like streaming late at night would be like streaming past 12. What time is it now for you? Currently, it is 6 p.m. 6:23 p.m. I do a lot of monster girls and tomboys and shit at the time of the handle. I thought the word was more encompassing. Hello, escargoty. How are you? Abiotic factor. Nice. Damn. I have to put on one Has Been Hotel song that I like. I'm sorry. I'm in a musical-ish mood. At Gork is this real? Welcome home. I'm gonna make you wish that you stayed gone. Say hello to a new status quo. Everyone knows that there's a brand new song. Leave on. Alistair flashbacks? I have no idea what you're talking about. Did anybody miss him? Did anybody notice? More on tonight's program. So the radio demon is back in town. Why is he hanging around? And what does that mean for your family? Well, Handley, I've got good news. He's a loser, a fossil, and I don't mean to sound hostile, but the demon is a coward. But he should have stayed away. While he hid in radio, we pivoted to video. I'm so sad that this fucking character is so annoying. Who gives a shit? Sadly, Jack Black or Chris Pratt does not play Miku. Sad. You like their design, I take it? Whose? This character? Oh, the TV guy? No, I didn't like his design. I like his voice acting, though. I just found out he also had a shark motif, apparently. No, he didn't. I don't care what they say. He does not. I don't understand why he was like both the radio. He's like the TV, but he's also the internet, but he's also a shark, but he's also, you know, there's just too much shit going on. People can be multidimensional. This isn't multidimensional. This is, I don't know what to make him, so I'll just make him everything. Hey, Doodle Dude, we're actually doing your commission right now, actually. Actually. Too much shit going on in Vivsy Pop. Say it ain't so. Oh, stream's been well? Yes, we crashed for a second back there, but we're back to normal. Back to normal. Atlas once again decreasing their chances of collabing with Vivsy Pop. Good. Not the Vivsy Pop collab, as if that would even have been considered in anybody's brain. No, not the Vibsy Pop collab. Anything but that. It's a threat, right? You're threatening me? Sorry, I'm very opinionated. What the hell? 7-Eleven, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Oh, you got one to Noro. Noro got one. Yay! Nice. Why does a tab up there only say 4? What? Ah. Did it only give 4? Atlas, are you on horse race test Twitter right now? No. What is it? What is that? What is that? What's that? I'm squinting at the phone and I'm putting my glasses on. Fake it so real, I am beyond fake. Oh, that. No. No, I'm not. No, I don't I'm sorry. I'm employed. What the fuck? Radless, thank you for the 5 gifted. Fake it so real, I am beyond fake. And someday you will ache like I ache. 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 Miku Hatsune 174. Thanks for the follow. Right here, right now, I put the offer out. I don't want to chase you down, but I know you see it. You run with me, and I can cut you free of the drudgery and walls you keep in. So trade that typical for something colorful, and if it's crazy, live a little crazy. Sensible, king of conventional, or you can risk it all and see. Don't you wanna get away from the same old part you gotta play? 'Cause I got what you need, and come with me and take a ride. It'll take you to the other side. Do like you do, or you can do like me. Stay in the cage, or you'll finally take the key. Oh, damn, suddenly you're free to fly. It'll take you to the other side. You wanna cut me in, but I hate to tell you, but it just won't happen. So thanks, but no, I think I'm good to go. Not quite enjoy the life you say I'm trapped in. Now I admire you, and that'll show you do. You're onto something, really it's something. And we don't pick up peanut shells, and we have to leave that up to you. Don't you know that I'm okay with this uptown part I get to play? 'Cause I got what you need, and I don't want to take the ride. I don't want to see the other side. I'm good to do like me, sitting in a cage, so I finally did take the key. Oh, damn, can't you see I'm doing fine? Tell me how you like to spend your days. Whiskey, misery, bodies in place. Disgraced and disowned, another one of the clowns. Finally laugh a little, just let me give you the freedom to dream, and it'll wake you up and cure your aching. Take your walls and start unbreaking. Now that's a deal that seems worth taking. But I guess I'll have to leave that up to you. But to go would cost me greatly, so what percentage of the show would I be taking? Fair enough, you'd want a piece of all the action. I'd give you 7, we can shake and make it happen. I wasn't born this morning, 18 would do just fine. I'll not just go ahead and ask for nickels on the dime. I'd do 8, maybe 9. Don't you wanna get away to a whole part you gotta play? 'Cause I got what I need. Don't come with me and take the ride to the other side. So if you do like me, forget the cage, 'cause we know how to make the key. Oh, damn, suddenly we're free to fly to the other side, to the other side, to the other side. We're going to the other side. That you feel bad about me feeling bad about you feeling bad about what I said, about what you said about me not being able to share a feeling. If I thought that what you thought was that I hadn't thought about sharing my thoughts, then my reaction to your reaction and my reaction would have been more revealing. I was afraid that you'd be afraid if I told you that I was afraid of intimacy. My voice cracked. You don't have a problem with my problem. Maybe the problem's simply codependency. Now you know that I didn't know that you didn't know that when I said no, I meant yes, I know. And that now I know that you knew that I knew you adored me. I was wrong to say I was wrong about When you rang to sing that the ring was the wrong thing to bring. If I meant what I said when I said rings bored me. I'm not mad that you got mad when I got mad when you said I should go drop dead. If I were you and I done what I done, I'd do what you did when I gave you the ring, having said what I said. I feel bad that you feel bad about me, feeling bad about you, feeling bad about what I said about what you said about me, not being able to share a feeling. I thought you thought I reacted shallowly when I reacted to you. I'm not mad. You got mad. Go drop dead. If I were you and I done what I done, I'd do what you did when I gave you the ring, having said what I said. Now it's out in the open. Now it's off our chest. Now it's 4 a.m. and we have therapy tomorrow. It's too late to screw, so let's just get some rest. One of my favorite songs from that musical. If you haven't listened to Tick Tick Boom or haven't seen Tick Tick Boom, go watch it. It grabs you, shakes you. Hello, Aria. I'm good to go. I'm still on my own. Motions we've been going through have failed. Send 2 more weeks. My foot is in the door. Yeah, I can't sleep in the wake of Saturday. Saturday. Open doors are open-ended. Saturday. Ugh. Sorry, I'm in a singy mood right now. I'm sure I'll get over it in a little bit. The demon queen of high school has decreed it. She says Monday 8 a.m. I will be deleted. They'll hunt me down in study hall, stuff and mount me on the wall. 30 hours to live, how shall I spend them? I don't have to stay and die like cattle. I could change my name and ride up to Seattle, but I don't own a motorbike. Wait, here's an option that I like. Spend these 30 hours getting freaky. I need it hard. I'm a dead girl walking. I'm in your yard. I'm a dead girl walking. Before they punch my clock, I'm snapping off your window lock. Got no time to knock. I'm a dead girl walking. Sorry, but I really had to wake you. See, I decided I must ride you till I break you. 'Cause Heather says I got to go. You're my last meal on death row. Shut your mouth and lose them tidy white A's. Tonight I'm yours. I'm your dead girl walking. Get on all fours. Kiss this dead girl walking. Let's go, you know the drill. I'm hot and pissed and on the pill. To the will of a dead girl walking. And you know, it's 'cause you're beautiful. You say you're numb inside, but I can't agree. So the world's unfair. Keep it locked out there. And here it's beautiful. Let's make this beautiful. Yeah, full steam ahead. Take this dead girl walking. Let's break the bed, rock this dead girl walking. No sleep tonight for you. Better chug that Mountain Dew. Get your ass in gear, make this whole town disappear. Slap me, pull my hair, and touch me there and there and there, and no more talking. Love this dead girl walking. Love this dead girl walking. Love this dead girl. Ow. Heather's truly is the musical ever. Reminds me a lot about high school, even though it's like the exact opposite of my high school experience. Significantly less people died. Whew. Mm-hmm. I'm back again, and I. Hey, okay, let's go to LA, and I live forever, alright. How you guys doing? Chat, checking in. How are you? Speak to me. Your tour was totally sick. Word. Okay. Slow. Agony. Drawing. Nice. What are you drawing? Tell me now. Looks at you. And I think that I can play. I'm gonna show you fun in your bay. Alright. Hey, excuse me. Ooh, X orb. I don't know what orb is, but slay. Keep careful watch of my brother's soul. And if the sky filled with fire and smoke, keep watching over during some. Sorry. Definitely not the song that's playing right now. I love that song. Hell yeah. Kraft macaroni. Based. It's killing me. The American dream is killing me. conspiracy. The American dream is killing me. And out an SOS. It's getting serious. Your family home. It's a condo. We are not home. Are we not home? Goddamn, I am so grateful. Forever faithful to the American dream is killing me. The American dream is killing me. People on the street, unemployed and obsolete. Did you ever learn to read the ransom note? Don't want no huddled masses. Tick-tock and taxes. Sleeping in broken glass. Also, Craft Macaroni, thank you for the follow. I don't get to listen to this song very often. I don't know why Spotify Shuffle doesn't like it. It is killing me. The American dream is killing me. Double talk of insanity. The American dream is killing me. Shining sea, washed up on the beach. We are not home. Are we not home? I'm dead inside. When the American dream is killing me. Is killing me when we're all gone up to certainty. An American dream is killing me. Do you know your enemy? Do you know your enemy? Can come and know the enemy right here. I uploaded a mashup I've been procrastinating on today. Nice. Through the effigy, the vast majority, and then in other format of control. Rally up the demons of your soul. Do you know your enemy? Do you know your enemy? Well, gotta know the enemy right here. Do you know the enemy? Do you know the enemy? Well, gotta know the enemy right here. Search and he will rise when the blood's been sacrificed. When the fire's in your eyes, in your eyes. Woo! Away, away. Do you know the enemy? Well, gotta know the enemy right here. Do you know the enemy? Do you know your enemy? Well, gotta know the enemy right here. Do you know the enemy? Do you know your enemy? Well, gotta know the enemy right here. Do you know the enemy? Do you know your enemy? Well, gotta know the enemy right here. Do you know the enemy? Do you know the enemy? I gotta know the enemy right here. Yay, bowling for soup. The red line my own fucking drawing. The same old neighborhood when there's no football on. What's that on his face? I don't think we're up for that. Get to bed by 9 p.m. To run wild in the streets now we complain when cars go too fast and the music is insanely loud. Tattoos are fading away, and looking back it was all worth it. The truth is getting old sucks, but everybody's doing it. Oh yeah, sorry about your legs, bruh. We've worked at all the same jobs, we've chased the same girls, and all the same brands, each other's bestest man. I've had a heart attack, you've got two bum knees, we don't wanna live forever. What the fuck is TikTok? We used to run wild in the streets, now we complain when cars drive too fast and the music's insanely loud. Now our memories are fading away, and looking back it was all worth it. The truth is getting old sucks, but everybody's doing it. The anatomy is killing me. We used to run wild in the streets, now we complain when cars drive too fast and the music is insanely loud. Are fading and we make this shit that was better when we played our music too loud. Now our memories are fading away, and looking back it was all worth it. The truth is getting old sucks, but everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing it. Getting old sucks, but we're doing it right. Hungry. You guys want to watch a video at dinner today? Oh, I think I missed a follow. Thank you, Ambrose Rage. Here and it makes no sense at all. Yeah, Friday usual. On some Wendigooning type beat. I think that I'm actually going to show you guys the psychologist guy that I watch. Yesterday I watched him psychoanalyze a Turkey Tom video. It wasn't Turkey Tom that he psychoanalyzed, though. It was Too Mad. A quiet evening alone. Never happened. Let's be more than this. Grand, grand. Thank you for the raid. Oh man, I'm kind of slipping into my pickles from Metalocalypse impression. Thank you so much for the raid, Grand. I hope you had a good stream. Scribbled out the truth with their lies, your little spies. Your little spies. Hi. 2, 3, 4. Psychoanalyzing a Turkey Tom video. I think he's a psychologist that just kind of like looks at internet phenomenons and other shit like that, and he just kind of works through what he thinks is going on. And obviously it's not like official diagnoses or anything like that, but it's interesting. I find it very interesting. Psychoanalyzing Atlas Anarchy stream vids. There is nothing to psychoanalyze. I'm totally normal. But he did go through the Timothy Treadwell like bear videos and stuff, and I think the documentary itself. And so I want to show you guys that one because I think that one's fun. I just find psychology interesting. Get off my ass. We talked about your fucked up food habits. Okay. Listen. Everybody has at least one fucked up food habit, okay? We all have at least one. We've all got at least one. I don't even remember what mine that I mentioned there was. I'm sure that I left a couple out. What's mine? You have a lot. Fascinating. Why do you find that interesting? Putting Crumple in a petri dish to make her see what ticks for, to see what makes her tick for science. What makes her tick tick boom for science? Wait, look at this squish. Look at this squish that was created here. Wait, that's so good. Oh man, why did it make me want to listen to Dua Lipa? I'm gonna listen to Dua Lipa after this. What are the best references for Judgment Day? I have a naked reference on my NSFW account. That one's pretty good. That you're gonna have to scroll a little bit. Drink water. I've been moistened. I've been watered. I'm a thirsty little paper. Dude, I have a fucking zit in the least convenient place in my entire fucking life. Help me. I hate it. Oh, I forgot that I queued this up. I've never been the one to say the first goodbye, then lose 100 million times. Know just what I like. Now I'm falling. You say my name like you have never heard before. I'm indecisive, but this time I know for sure I'm not the only one that feels it all. Are you falling? Center of attention, I know I can get whatever you want from me. Whenever you want it, baby. Sorry. If I'd have known it, baby, I would have stayed at home, 'cause I was doing better alone. Said hello, I knew that was the end of it all. Stayed at home, 'cause now there ain't letting you go. And I've fallen in love with the one that could break my heart. Oh no, I was doing better alone. Say hello, I know that was the end of it all. Should have stayed at home, 'cause now there ain't no letting you go. Falling in love with the ones that could break my heart. They exist just to cause pain and suffering. It's true. It's a waste of time. Now I'm for me. Center of attention, you know you can get whatever you want from me. Whenever you want it, baby. If I had known it, baby, I would have stayed at home, 'cause I was doing better alone. Said hello, I know that was the end of it all. stayed at home. Am I falling in love with the one that can break my heart? Oh no, I was doing better alone. But when you said hello, I know there was the end of it all. I could have stayed at home. Cause now there ain't no letting you go. Am I falling in love with the one that could break my heart? Break my heart. Break my heart. Am I falling in love with the one that could break my heart? I should have stayed at home. Cause now there ain't no letting you go. And when you said hello, I know that was the end of it all. I could have stayed at home. Cause now there ain't no letting you go. Am I falling in love with the one that could break my heart? Angelina, oh my god. I was just sitting here listening to my tough guy my tough guy songs. No breathing, don't give a fuck if I cut my arm bleeding. Hi, Raiders. Hello. Hello. The jammer. I was jamming, dude. How was your stream, Lena? Oh, shit. This is close up on a crotch. How was your stream? I hope they had a lovely stream. I'm so sleepy. I feel you. I had a massage yesterday, and it made me very, very sleepy. So if you have to go and do some self-care post-stream, I get you. Go and get something to eat. Go and get a sleep in. Veg for Lena. Veg for the fish. Hold on. Wait, I think I saw that you were doing a magma. I hope that your stream had fun. Hold on. Hold on. I don't remember. I don't have her reference on hand. She has these like little things. I think. We did a bit of silliness on the magma board. Hell yeah. Okay, after this, I can't remember what it looks like. I'm gonna put you in a Fortnite shirt. Thank you for the generous boobage. Yeah, I do it to myself sometimes when I draw myself like this too. I imply what we would like to be there, but you're perfect the way that you are. Can I fold you into a crayon? Yeah. I give her some Gucci slides. Anyway, go to sleep. And she wants to lead. You're very welcome. I'm gonna put you in a different. I'm gonna put you in a safe space and get you out of this layer with all of this voluptuous woman. Well, not very voluptuous, but shapely. There we go. That's the word that I was looking for. Anyway, hello Raiders. My name's Atlas Anarchy, and I love drawing tits and thighs and ass. That's about it. That's all I do. Grand Slam content. That's me. That's what you get here. You like tits? Me too. I want to see what she looks like with the colors inverted. Hold on. Yep. That's pretty cool. I could be him. Oh boy, do I? Do you? Do I? Do you? What's my preferred monster drink? The white one. Typically. Really depends on the day, but I usually will grab the monster one. The white one. Stupid ants off my desk. Why are there so many? Where are you coming from? Who is your god? Me, bitch. Those are your viewers. Shut up, Comey. My god is money. I agree. Mine too. I wish I could remember the Hawk Tua joke that was made earlier. It was something that I said, like, thank God Comey isn't here just to hear that. But I can't remember what it was. Oh well. You should be the first money VTuber because money is paper. I'll let them know. Can we abolish currency and go back to bartering? Okay, well, that's bad news for what I was just told. I know. In a bad girl's dream, one good, make all right. Power love, keep you home at night. And I don't take money, don't take fame, don't need no credit card to ride this train. And it's sudden and it's cool sometimes, but it might just save your life. That's the of love. That's the power of love. It might make you sad. Next time you feel it, it might make you mad. You'll be glad, baby, when you're found. That's the power, make the world go round. Plays all the time at work. It's definitely retail coded. When it gets hard on you, and with a little help from above, you feel the power of love. You feel the power of love. Ah, that's a good idea. I should stretch. Okay, Mr. Lewis in the news. That's quite enough. I want it to be yours. I want to feel engulfed and I want it on the floor. I want it to feel home. The reason everything is targeted at Gen X now is because they were forgotten about as children. Is that which years is Gen X? Between boomers and millennials? But how old is a Gen Xer? See ya, Doodle. Hitting 50s now. Oh. So sing along. I haven't got the chance to see this yet. Hold on. Every single day, I'm having wicked dreams of leaving Tennessee, Santa Monica. I swear it's calling me. Will make my mama proud. It's gonna cause a scene. She sees her baby girl. I know she's gonna scream, God done. You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club. Oh, mama. On the stage in my heels, it's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. Down in West Hollywood. At the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. I'm up and jaws are on the floor. Lovers in the bathroom and the line outside the door. And a mirror disco ball. Every night's another reason why I left it all. I thank my wicked dreams, a year from Tennessee. Oh, Santa Monica, you've been too good to me. Proud, it's gonna cause a scene. She sees her baby girl. I know she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club. Oh, mama, I'm just having fun. On the stage in my heels, it's where I belong, down at the... I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. West Hollywood. At the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. I've left you all behind. Still love you in Tennessee. You're always on my mind. I heard every Saturday I can hear your southern drawl 1,000 miles away. God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl and you dance at the club. Oh, mama, I'm just having fun. On the stage in my heels, it's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. Gonna keep on dancing. I'm gonna keep on dancing. I'm gonna keep on dancing. I'm gonna keep on dancing. Yeah. Dude, I need to stop being such a perfectionist. Ugh. 5 years from now, she sits at home, feeding the baby, she's all alone. Turns on TV, and guess who sees she's stayed up rocking up MTV. They already know, and they've all got tickets to see a show. Except for the man that she turned down. Not for her. Slamming on his guitar. What he's worth. What he's worth. Ah. Hello? How are you? That boy's mine now. Just good friends. This is how the story ends. Blech. That boy could be seeing a na-na-na-da-da. I see the soul that is inside. And I'm just a girl, cannot make it any more obvious. Was Skater Boy by Avril Lavigne based on a true story? I think that Harry Potter was based on a true story. I'm sorry that life has been kicking your ass, but thank you for stopping by. Always appreciated. Do your OC stories have a title? Some of them do. Some of them don't. Like the one that Avery and Hendrix are in is called True Family, off of something that me and my friend who made it with me said offhandedly at one point. And Cindy's has a working title called Mileage May Vary, but I don't know if I'm going to keep that. And then Edison's is Dead on Arrival. I really like my 3-word titles, I guess. Because I have a lot of those. The one with Tia in it is called Hysterical Fucks for now. But it's not really a story as much as that would just be like me dicking around with my characters. We can build a tree. We don't build trees. Is he stupid? You have it if you need. I don't really sell. We don't have to read. Giselle, 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 Giselle. Ow! My elbow. And the Friday is good in nature. Agreed. She's kind of serving the female Martian from Looney Tunes here. I can't remember her name. And you like the Friday so much, it's 5 hours into Saturday. Real. What's so damn good about it? I don't know. Man, I don't work here. Extra large. For those listening on the VOD, I said extra large because that is a lyric in this song. I am not ordering food on this day. I did that earlier. Charge the pizza to the house. To have a summer that they could call a memory that's full of fun, fucked up when it's all done. Reckless abandon. This is gonna stop them. Hold on to Queen Tyranny. Wow. Oh, okay. Give me one moment. I returned. I returned. I returned. I have returned. Now I have pizza. Okay. I eat pizza too much. Am fat. Me too. All right, you guys want Nick Crowley or Nick Crowley, whatever, which is like YouTube's darkest videos? Ooh. Or do you guys want to watch the psychologist guy that I was talking about before? It is up to you. There's a psychologist. There's a guy named Andrew Vandervaart. He talks about people's psychology, like internet famous people. Dissecting a Tricky Tom video. Okay, we're gonna watch the Timothy Treadwell one. Because I just watched the literally just watched the other one, the Tricky Tom one.
Don't you do that. Don't you do that. Back off.
This is Timothy Treadwell. He's someone who seemed to believe he was a very special person on a very special mission. Today we're going to watch some footage of him and talk about the narcissistic need to believe in one's
It's a really relaxing voice.
even if it is a vulnerable narcissistic need. And we're also going to talk about regressions into childlike states and addiction.
Don't do it. It's okay. I love you. 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 I'm sorry.
Timothy Treadwell is a tragic figure. Of course, being a tragic figure does not mean that he's not to blame for his own demise. In ancient Greek tragedies, the hero would always have a fatal flaw. Most often hubris, excessive pride. Pride comes before the fall, after all. In the case of Tim Treadwell, his hubris may strike you as particularly stupid or delusional, depending on your disposition, and it was the belief that he could live amongst the grizzly bears in wild Alaska as their friend and as their savior. And he did live among them every summer for 13 years before he was devoured by one.
I'm obsessed with the Timothy Treadwell case, dude.
Werner Herzog was the perfect filmmaker to tell this story, what with its tragic and bizarre protagonist driven by an obsessiveness that Herzog is clearly fascinated by. And I, too, am fascinated by Tim Treadwell and with the documentary Grizzly Man. So I want to lend some interpretations to this story as to what might have driven Tim Treadwell into that grizzly maze and into the delusion of being the
incident was recorded on camera,
and into the death of himself and his girlfriend.
The audio of the incident was recorded on camera.
I'm Andrew Vandervaart, a psychiatrist and neuroscientist, and any opinions expressed in this video are purely my own.
I have no idea if there's a God.
Yeah, that
but
guy.
If there's a God, God would be very, very pleased with me. If you could just watch me here, how much I love them, how much I adore them, how respectful I am to them, how I am one of them, and how the studies they give me, the photographs, the video, and take that around for no charge to people around the world. It's good work. I feel good about it. I feel good about myself doing it.
In this case, as often is the case, when people are insisting to this degree that they're good and that they're special and that they're happy, there is a kind of methinks thou dost protest too much.
And I want to continue, and I hope I can. I really hope I can. But if not, Be warned. I will die for these animals. I will die for these animals. I will die for these animals. Thank you so much for letting me do this. Thank you so much for these animals, for giving me a life. I had no life. Now I have a life.
There's a desperation here. There's a sense in which his life depends on this sort of calling.
Yeah, his mic has a little bit of reverb on it.
I often find that people that need to insist that they're so special, in fact, feel the opposite, but can never confront that feeling.
Most times I'm a kind warrior out here. Most times I am gentle. I am like a flower. I'm like a fly on the wall, observing, non-committal, non-invasive in any way. Occasionally I am challenged, and in that case, the kind warrior must become a samurai, must become so formidable, so fearless of death, so strong that you will win. You will win. Even the bears will believe that you are more powerful.
The bears will
and
believe.
in a sense, you must be.
He's beginning to
more
believe.
powerful if you are to survive.
So notice he cannot help but smile as he voices this conclusion that you must be more powerful than the bears.
In this land with the bear. No one knew that. No one ever friggin' knew
The kind of
that there are
warrior
times
must become a
when my
samurai.
life is on the precipice of death, and that these bears can bite, they can kill. If I am weak, I go down. I love them with all my heart. I will protect them. I will die for them. But I will not die at their claws and paws. I will fight. I will be strong. I'll be one of them. I will be the master. Love you, Rowdy. Give it to me, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, by the way, these are scenes from a documentary called Grizzly Man. If you haven't watched it, I totally recommend that you watch it. It's so interesting. It's so
one
interesting.
thing we can see with Tim Treadwell is that he seems to be getting a significant amount of ego validation from the fact that he feels he must be more powerful than the bears to be able to survive amongst them when he is occasionally threatened by them. It must mean that he is in some way their master. And what does that mean? Well, that means he's more powerful than one of the most powerful animals in the world.
Go ahead back. Go back. This is a subadult, and this is what happens to them. They work together, and they get really powerful. As you can see, I'm just feet away. You just relax. You just relax. I've now proven myself as being able to hold my ground, and therefore earning their respect. This is Rowdy the bear, and he's rowdy. He's getting bigger. But that was a challenge, and you have to remain cool in the challenge, in the moment. If you don't, you're dead. They can kill.
Razor
They can
cut. It got
bite.
cut,
They
bro.
can decapitate.
What I'm suggesting is that Tim Treadwell has this need to be special. And where does that need come from? It might come from the fact that he doesn't actually feel special. His core feeling is that he is worthless in some way, or that there is some hole in him that needs to be filled. So he needs to believe that he is special and that he has worth. What that need leads to is a belief that he is special. Because if he holds that belief, if the more he believes that he is special, the more he can deny that feeling that he has that he is not actually special, right? So he's chasing filling this hole with the feeling of being special, and he convinces himself cognitively that he is in fact special, because the need leads to that belief that I think reaches the point of delusion in his life.
You got chips? No, I got pizza, bro.
I gotta think he was over 10 feet high, don't you? Ooh, he's a big bear. He's a big bear. A very big bear. Wow.
The first thing I notice about Timothy Treadwell is that his demeanor is quite childlike.
Bright sucks at finding no melodies. The Great Bright, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, raiders. I'm taking a quick break from my drawing, but you can see it here. Hold on. Wait, wrong one. Wrong screen. We're drawing this shit. We're drawing bunny suits and shit. But today, right now, we are taking a break from drawing bunny suits and shit to watch a guy hang out with Bear. I hope that you had a lovely stream.
Anyway, he's over here rub-a-dub-dubbing. It's a big bear.
And so that childlike affect, it's a definite contrast to the way Timothy Treadwell wants to present himself. You know, he wants to have this, he wants to see himself and present himself as a kind of rugged Jack London kind of character that's out there, you know, Bear Grylls kind of guy.
There's going to be a number of takes I'm going to do. These are called Wild Timmy Jungle scenes. We're going to do several takes of each, where I'll do it with a bandana on, maybe a bandana off, maybe 2 different colored bandanas. Some without a bandana, some with the camera being held. Kind of stumbled on that one. Let's do it again.
But in fact, what he looks more like is a kind of Peter Pan out in the wilderness, with these kinds of silly facial expressions and turns of phrase. And it makes me think about Arrested Development with him. So, you know, stages of psychosocial development are something that are essentially analogous to stages we see in all of biology, right? You know, developmental stages happen for all organisms throughout their lives. And so in psychiatry and psychoanalysis, there's this analogous idea of psychological stages. Now, Freud had very interesting ones, I think, you know, with the oral and anal and all that kind of stuff, but that's sort of lacking in the kind of pragmatic realism that Erik Erikson's stages have. So I really like the Eriksonian stages. Each of them is defined by the typical chronological age associated with the stage and with the fundamental question that needs to be resolved. And the idea is that it requires the resolution of each one of these conflicts to be able to move on to the next stage. So you can see in infancy through 1.5 years, the question is, can I trust the world? Or, you know, is the world okay? Is it a safe place?
Thank you for following the Great Bite.
If that
I
resolves,
appreciate
you can move on to the early childhood question of, is it okay to be me? You know, am I okay? And each of these is associated with a kind of conflict that needs to be resolved. If it's okay to be me, I can be autonomous as a being. If it's not okay, I have shame and doubt. So the next one is it okay for me to sort of move? Is it okay for me to take actions? And that's initiative versus guilt. And then with school-age children, you know, starting kindergarten and really first grade and onwards, the question is, can I make it out in the world of people and things? And that's the industry versus inferiority. Like, I'm either able to be industrious or I'm inferior. And then there's adolescence, where you have identity versus role confusion. And that's the question of who am I and what can I ultimately be? And so it's in this sort of pre-adulthood.
Sorry, guys. I know that this feels kind of like
with Tim Treadwell, because we see him struggle.
Feels kind of like a history lesson or some shit like that, like a classroom kind of thing. But I find it so interesting. It's so fucking cool.
With multiple of these conflicts. Inferiority, I would say, is a big one. It's what's driving that need to believe that he is actually superior. If he has this unresolved sense of inferiority, he needs to overcome that, again, by insisting on the belief that he is superior and by pursuing things which give him a sense of...
What is he talking about? He is talking about... he's psychoanalyzing a guy called Timothy Treadwell. Timothy Treadwell is a guy that was obsessed with bears to the point that he was very annoying about it. So what he would do is that he would basically... Hold on, I think I found the source of where all these ants are coming from. There's a small little thing on my desk that has crusted over from ages ago. Anyway, Timothy Treadwell is a guy that really likes bears, or was a guy that really likes bears, to the point of being weird and annoying about it. And he kind of acted like a child, even though he was a grown-ass man. And, hold on, ant. Okay. Even though he was a grown-ass man. And they're basically just like breaking down what he thinks his brain is like. And I think it's interesting.
Non-inferiority, of being special.
Government's given me all they have.
Hello.
So far. I've stood up to it. I've had danger in the boat, almost died. I've almost fallen off a cliff.
Yeah.
The danger factor's about to amp up in the maze. The maze is always the most dangerous.
Now, with Erikson, the idea was if you didn't resolve one of these conflicts, it's going to continue to present issues for you for the rest of your life until you resolve it. But this sort of goes hand in hand with the idea of arrested development and the idea of regression. So the idea of developmental arrest is if you don't resolve the goal of that developmental stage, you actually cannot psychologically move on, and so you will act as though you are a school-age child in some cases. Or you will be a perpetual adolescent if you can't figure out who you are and what your role in the world is. And it's not as simple as a mere stagnation and just being arrested. There is a lot more dynamism allowed for here with the idea that regression can happen in the face of stress so that you sort of go backwards in time. And, you know, regression is something we see certainly in behaviors, like school-age children themselves will sometimes regress to pre-potty training if they have a major stress. They'll have a period of incontinence where they're wetting the bed despite having not wet the bed for years and years because there's some new stress that essentially makes them retract back into a simpler state because it's as if it's not safe to be that age anymore. There's something bad about this age, so let me go back to the last time it was safe. So I think it's not a stretch to say if it happens with things like bedwetting, it probably happens with things like speech, mannerisms, and internally with the way you see the world. So you'll regress to seeing the world the way a child might see the world. Perhaps, let's say, believing that animals are teddy bears, right? Or acting the way that Tim Treadwell acts.
Oh, he's a big bear. He's a big bear. A very big bear. Wow. Anyway, he's over here rub-a-dub-dubbing. He's a big bear.
At times like this, when he's saying, he was up there rub-a-dub-dubbing, it's very childlike. So his behaviors are very childlike, but I think the way he sees the world is very childlike as well.
Oh,
so
thank
I'm
you,
immediately
Yu-Yu.
thinking there's some reason that he felt inferior from a young age, and that's leading to the insistence that he is not inferior to a pathological degree, as well as often presenting as though he is still a child.
I would be within the physical presence of bears 24 hours a day, 4 months at a time.
This is crazy. This is nuts. These are the most dangerous animals on the face of the earth. And
Wow.
you want to go and put yourself in harm's way 24 hours a day?
I think they've been misunderstood.
How can I believe that if
First of all, Dateline's Keith Morrison, I'll never not smile when I hear his voice. There's something about Keith Morrison's just folksy gruffness. But so we see another thing that living amongst the bears does for Timothy Treadwell. Not only does he have the immediate experience whenever he's able to sort of turn away a bear, you know, and avoid harm, that is an immediate feeling of power. So he has that. 2, he's going to develop this belief that he's actually the only one trying to save the bears, so he has a kind of purpose and cause. And 3, he's getting social validation and celebrity from this lifestyle. So what he's finding is that this pursuit is doing so much for that ego need. But again, this idea that he is now a national celebrity from his summers with the bears kind of contradicts the image of the rough and tumble outdoorsman. And so I just get the sense that there's still kind of a role confusion, even when he's in the periods where he's moving past this sense of inferiority because it's getting solved by all of these acclaims. He still doesn't quite know who he is. Is he an activist? Is he an outdoorsman? Is he tough? Is he a sweetheart? He's...
Sorry, I'm pausing because the ad is about to start, so I'm going to run downstairs and throw in my stuff. They are misunderstood. Have you seen Brother Bear? That shit slaps. You know, actually, fun fact about Tim Treadwell, Disney flew him out to the animation studios when they were making Brother Bear to get his opinion on the way that they were animating the bears and also to get his specific footage of the bears. So when they were making Brother Bear, he actually got flown out to Disney. Disney Animation Studios, I should say. All right. Give me just 1 second. I'm sorry for those that are subbed and are just going to see a blank screen. I'm gonna put some music back on just for now. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna throw some stuff away. It is pretty sick. It's very true. Oh, okay, I'm back. I'm back. Did people follow? Is that what I'm missing? Hold on. Let me look. The Red Briar, and 14B Junge. Thanks for the follows. I did. I thank the follows. I did. Oh, bitch, I was hungry. I just ate so many pizzas. I ate 2 pizzas in 15 minutes. Bitch, I was hungry. Holy shit. I will let no other thing feel the pain that I once felt. Thank you, Radless, for the follow. Almost a year ago. All right. Hold on. Okay. Are we all back? Back to the video.
Is he an outdoorsman? Is he tough? Is he a sweetheart? He seems to be all of these things without knowing exactly who he is.
You are about to be killed by a bear. That you wouldn't say, oh, I made a mistake. I'd like to have a gun.
I would never, ever kill a bear in the defense of my own life. I would not go into a bear's home and kill a bear.
In his final year, the 13th of his Alaskan expeditions, Tim Treadwell continued in what had become his established practice of first camping in the more open areas of the wildlife reserve and then moving into the thicker brush, which is what he called the Grizzly Maze, to watch the salmon run of the fall. This year in particular, he had decided to delay his exit by a few weeks, and it's been suggested that this added risk to his already risky behavior, as that is the time of year that bears might become...
Oh! Oh! Hi, y'all. Let bro be. He's not hurting anyone. Yes, he is. Listen, here's a problem. When you are interacting with bears like this, they get acclimated to human presence. It's easier to poach them. Then they approach people. Then they try to, like, kill people. And then the bear has to be put down anyway. The bear that ate this guy and his girlfriend, that bear had to be put down. And then, because that bear was put down, and the rangers were trying to, like, scavenge the pieces of Tim and his girlfriend that were in the that were in the bear's stomach, another bear showed up because it was hungry and it had to get put down too because it was trying to approach the rangers. Because this guy, this idiot, this idiot acclimated them to bears. Wait, he's dead? Yes, he is. He was mauled by a bear. Overpowered motherfuckers. Joel, you're such a hater. You're such a hater, and for what?
Most desperate to put on fat before the winter. In Tim Treadwell's footage from his final expedition, there are 2 bears in particular.
Isn't that just nature? Bears gotta eat. Bears are not supposed to think of humans as food. They're not supposed to think of humans as food. They're not supposed to go near humans. Humans are not supposed to go near them. This fucking bear, because it ate Tim Treadwell, not just because, it's not the only reason that it's because it ate him. It's because now, if a bear eats a human, now that bear will look at humans as sources of food, and they'll be more likely to kill other humans to try and eat. Especially when they're desperate, like this bear was that killed him, because that year there wasn't enough food to go around. And so that bear, it was like an old bear, so obviously it wasn't as spry. And it was desperate for food, so it killed and ate whatever was nearest to it. And that was that guy. Thought they always saw humans as food? No, they don't see humans as anything.
Speculated might be the bear that killed and ate him. Whether or not that's
the only bear that actively hunts humans is polar bears. The only bear that actively hunts humans is polar bears. They see humans as food, but brown bears, these kinds of bears, they don't see humans as food.
Actually the case, I think it is reasonable to suggest these are the types of bears most prone to attack a human, and in fact, Tim Treadwell himself suggests this.
I'm here on camera with Ole, the big old bear, and the big old grumpy bear. He just took Cracker out of the creek area. There's not a lot of fish here, so you could understand him wanting to have control of the creek. I met him on the pathway the other day after feeling sorry for him, thinking that he was a bit thin, a bit gaunt, and he promptly charged me with the intent to probably strike. I know the language of the bear. I was able to deter him from doing that, and I'm fine. But I will tell you something. It is the old bear, one who is struggling for survival, and an aggressive one at that, who is the one that you must be very careful of. For these are the bears that on occasion do, for survival, kill and eat humans. Could Ole, the big old bear, possibly kill and eat Timothy Treadwell? What do you think, Ole? I think if you were weak around him, you're going down his gullet, going down the pipe.
We hear Tim Treadwell's notion that he's just sort of friends with the bears. The story he tells of meeting this bear is the kind of story you'd tell about how you met someone at school or something, you know, that you just met him while you were walking along the hallway and you kind of felt sorry for him because he seemed out of place.
I met him on the pathway the other day after feeling sorry for him, and he promptly charged me with the intent to probably strike. I know the language of the bear.
And then
he's talking about that bear that saw him and tried to strike after it was kicked out of the creek. It's because it was hungry. It was hungry, and Tim is like this scrawny little fucking dweeb who is obsessed with the bears and walks around and sometimes makes bear noises and walks on all fours. It's like, it's so fucking dumb. And like, he didn't have an electric fence around his campsite either, which it's to deter the bears. He didn't have bear repellent, Joel. How did it take that long for him to get eaten? I really don't know. I don't know. I feel like he was like flipping the coin all the time about whether or not he was going to get eaten. And then finally it just landed on tails or some shit. But like, This is so crazy. It's so crazy. Like I think they found his like his head and his head with his spine still attached in the bear's stomach, and his arm with the watch still on it. And the watch still works. At least as of the recording of Grizzly Man, the documentary, the watch still worked.
You also have the part where he wants to feel like he's more powerful than the bears. So, I was able to deter him, and if I were any weaker, he would probably eat me.
I was able to deter him from doing that, and I'm fine. But I will tell you.
So this is definitely an illustration of Timothy Treadwell's kind of increasingly unrealistic view of what the bears are. I think when he first started going out there, it was more so a fascination from a distance. These are majestic beasts. But what he started to do was escalate from that emotional distance into an increasing degree of emotional involvement, which for the most part
getting into the
was
fucking,
a
he's
drama
getting in there with the fucking
that
bear.
he was friends with the bears and that he knew the language of the bears. Now, likely he did pick up certain types of survival behaviors in terms of like how to know when one was about to charge, but he combines that with this kind of personality-based view of the bears, that this one's grumpy, for example. So in the same way that you might escalate with an addiction, Timothy Treadwell seemed to escalate in terms of his involvement with the bears. To get the thrill, he would need increasingly close encounters with them.
I want to introduce you to one of the key role players in this year's expedition. The bear's name is the Grinch. Grinch has come on to be one of the more frequent bears here in the Grizzly Maze. The Grinch is a female of about 5 years of age. Oh, hi, Grinch. Hi. And she has kind of an aggressive attitude. Hi. If I turn around too much, she'll bite me. It's okay. Hi, how are you? How are you? Don't you do that. Don't you do that. Back off. Don't do it. It's okay. I love you. 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 I'm sorry.
So there's almost this fantasy of a push-pull relationship he has in some of these cases. He definitely likes the feeling of sort of winning in a confrontation over a bear, but then he also has this kind of fantasy
the Grinch
that
is bitch
they
mad,
love
Loki.
him, right? It's not enough that they fear him. He wants them to both fear and love him. So the push-pull is, get away, don't do that, and then I love you, I love you, I love you. I think this drama is entirely in his head, because we can't really presume to know what the bear's decision-making process is at all in those cases. But, from what I've heard listening to Wes on Tooth and Claw, it's probably something along the lines of, this isn't worth it. Or just, I don't have a reason to attack. The overinterpretation in Tim Treadwell's mind is the bear is realizing that Tim is stronger and is a beloved leader, and so the bear's not going to attack. I think that's an overinterpretation. It may also be an overinterpretation that we hear from this particularly cynical guy in the movie Grizzly Man, who says the reason the bears didn't attack him is because they probably thought there was something wrong with him.
I think the only reason that Treadwell lasted as long in the game as he did was that the bears probably thought there was something wrong with him. My opinion, I think Treadwell thought these bears were big, scary-looking, harmless creatures that he could go up and pet and sing to, and they would bond as children of the universe or some odd. I think he had lost sight of what was really going on.
I think it is accurate that when Tim Treadwell is acting childish, singing lullabies to the bears, etc., he is also viewing them the way a child might, a child that has not learned the ways of the world and has the kind of childlike innocence that borders on gullibility, even in normal cases. In this case, I think it went beyond gullibility and into, again, delusion. But so what I'm saying is the childishness we see in Tim Treadwell is not an act. Psychologically, it's how he's functioning internally. He isn't just pretending to be this child of the universe trying to bond with the bears. It's what he's experiencing.
Hi, Tim. What are you doing up there? That's where you're sitting? Hi. Hey, you little champion. Hi. How are you? You're such a good champion. I love you. I love you. Okay, get up there and guard that tent.
Oh, he's so cute.
To me, one of the most tragic things about the Tim Treadwell story is that, to me, one of the most tragic things about the Tim Treadwell story is
what
that
is the video? It
he
is
couldn't
called
just be happy filming foxes.
The
Even though he
Tim
has these
Treadwell
moments of just
Delusion.
pure joy and playful humor amongst the foxes, that wasn't enough for him. Because he had this hole that he needed to fill, this need to be special would not have been satisfied by mere nature photography or by animals that aren't so ferocious and intimidating as bears.
Only Timmy is the boss of all foxes and all bears. You're the ruler. We patrol the Grizzly Sanctuary together. How did we meet? Over a decade ago. And we watch over things. And he's the boss. Takes care of everything. Yep. Yep. Yes, I love my iPad. I think one of the things that's really important is you can see the bond between this very wild animal and this fairly wild person.
When he's with the foxes, there is still the childlike nature, and there's still the potential for criticism that he's habituating wild foxes to humans. But there's also a sort of peace that I feel from him during those times, that he's not subjecting himself to the intense drama that the bears provide, and there's a sort of relief in that. But of course, it seems to never be enough. He couldn't be satisfied.
Tim's what happened if you follow Harry's crazy lines in Disco IRL.
Justification. Why am I special? Oh, because it's the grizzly bears, the most dangerous and deadly animals. Not only that, I must be the only one that can save the grizzly bears. I must be the one. And everyone else, therefore, who's involved with the bears must be the enemy.
Well, I'm here with one of my favorite bears. It's Mr. Chocolate. Hey, Mr. Chocolate. He is the star of many people across the country, children, people, adults, and we're here in the Grizzly Sanctuary, but I'm wrapping up my work here in the Grizzly Sanctuary. Why is that? Because I'm on my way to the Grizzly Maze, where bears do not have human protection, but are under human threat. Bears like Aunt Melissa, bears like Demon, Hatchet, Downy, and Tabitha, and it's time for me to go to protect them.
Now, in actual fact, the entirety of Tim Treadwell's expeditions took place in Katmai National Park and Reserve. These were federally protected lands, and so the idea that these bears needed Tim Treadwell's protection was baseless, or more precisely, based in fantasy. The escalation of this fantasy seemed to play into Tim Treadwell's overall escalation of psychological dependency on the bears. In its final form, it took on the grandiose notion that Tim Treadwell was the savior of the bears, with the paranoid counterpart that other people wished harm on the bears and on Timothy, that there were people intent on stopping him on his sacred mission. But before we talk more about that, let's trace back the thread of his psychological dependency on the bears.
But how did I?
Even I gotta hang out with the bear named Demon
I was
Hatchet.
troubled. I drank a lot. Did you know that? I used to drink to the point of that I guess I was either gonna die from it or break free of it. But nothing, Iris, could get me to stop drinking. Nothing. I did everything that I could to try not to drink, and then I did everything I could to drink, and it was killing me until I discovered this land of bears and realized that they were in such great danger. They needed a caretaker. They needed someone to look after them, but not a drunk person, not a person messed up. So I promised the bears that if I would look over them, would they please help me? And they become so inspirational that I did. I gave up the drinking. It was a miracle. It's an absolute miracle. And the miracle was animals.
Now, Timothy Treadwell here cites drinking as the primary addiction. In his de facto autobiography, he actually also writes about drug addiction. He wrote that in the late 1980s, he had overdosed on heroin and cocaine and was rescued by a Vietnam vet named Terry, and that it was at Terry's urging that he went to Alaska in the first place to watch the bears. But I do believe Tim Treadwell's account that it was in fact this newfound love of the Alaskan wilderness and the grizzlies that enabled him to overcome his addiction. And that is because I believe he was using alcohol and drugs to fill that same hole, that he was using alcohol and drugs to make himself feel okay temporarily, right? But then he found something that was even better at filling that hole, which was the grizzlies. But the problem was he did not address the root cause of his addiction. And so his addiction is displaced onto the grizzly bears, and that becomes its own even more severe addiction, I think, that escalated to the point
I like how the
of
video's ahead.
destruction,
Yeah, man.
as pathological addictions tend to do.
It's actually over
at
here.
its heart is a kind of seeking, an intense seeking for something like the
Filled
feeling
his
that
holes
I'm
with bears in the
okay,
wrong way.
that I'm
Bro,
not
shut
worthless,
up.
that has these moments of relief. There are these periods where you feel okay, but that's only ever temporarily in your grasp, right? In the longer term,
never knew that you could
it's
develop a
seeking
bear
for something
addiction.
that is forever just out of
It's
your
true.
reach.
It's real. It's happened to my friends.
But so to replace that constant seeking of something beyond your reach, it takes something else that must be
Fucking ants
even
all over my
more worth
fucking
seeking,
goddamn desk, dude. I
right?
don't have
Even
any
more worth
friends.
pursuing. And we can think of this in neurobiological terms too, right? I mean, dopamine is the common link between all drugs of abuse and all addictive behaviors. And dopamine drives reinforcement, so it's often thought of as the reward chemical, but really it's more about
left no
salience
crumbs.
and
Shut
seeking
up.
behaviors. So consider a preconscious brain with only the most ancient structures, reptilian as they're called. And the role of dopamine in the deep brain is just that of movement. So dopamine in the basal ganglia initiates movement, and that is literal seeking for the organism. It's seeking food or reproduction or seeking safety in the case of fear. Now, when you overlay the cortex onto these reptilian structures, dopamine still has the same end goal, movement, but now it's sort of involved in the planning stages of movement as well, right? So like the premotor cortex, but even more abstract thoughts and complicated perceptions can still be thought of as ultimately precursors to action, right? So dopamine underlies motivation. So pre-movement, right? If you're motivated to do something, ultimately you're moving. So what does dopamine feel like? Well, it feels like this thing is worth pursuing. So it feels like this thing is significant. If it's a perception that's triggering cortical dopamine, you perceive it as significant and worth something. If it's a thought, it's a thought that feels significant and worth pursuing. So what dopamine feels like is significance or value, and what it does is motivate action or pursuing the thing with value. So why are addictions so hard to quit? Well, because they're bypassing.
I'm playing
any
Dead
kind
by
of
Daylight, and these next
pre-addiction
survivor souls
logic
are going to
you
get
might have
sacrificed to
had,
you.
because
Yes,
the
thank you.
substance or behavior is talking to you in direct dopamine terms. And dopamine is the thing that assigns value to things. So if you're trying to sort of have an argument about whether something is valuable with yourself and you have an addiction,
What's that?
addiction has all of the currency. It is driving the stuff that is your sense of value. So it's like if someone grows up being told drugs are dangerous and they believe this growing up, they've been told it, why wouldn't they believe it? So they say, okay, drugs are dangerous. And yet in a moment of experimentation, they try it. And then from there they say, oh, wait, I didn't realize how worth the risk this was, right? Because the drug is driving this dopamine. So they're like, okay, yeah, I always thought it was dangerous, but wait, this really seems
Next
worth
bet I
it.
get is
And so
being
they'll kind of
named Minaj.
devalue the risk and overvalue the reward because it's an unnatural amount of dopamine. And you can't necessarily argue with your own dopamine about what's worth doing because the dopamine is what's defining what's worth
Demon
doing.
Hatchet, the
And then the
goldfish.
process of addiction is doing something more and more such that for a while you're wanting to do it more and more, and eventually you're having to do it more and more. And the end state is perpetual seeking. It's a state of perpetually wanting more, never being satisfied. Now, someone like Tim Treadwell was at risk because they were already in a state of never feeling satisfied, right? So at least the addiction is giving them these transient moments where they feel satisfied, but they're all the more prone to the seeking. They've been seeking their whole lives. For a moment, they get the thing, then it's out of their grasp. They're going to escalate.
And it was killing me until I discovered this land of bears. I gave up the drinking. It was a miracle.
And now the way Tim Treadwell talks about the bears, he's talking about them as a sort of higher power. He's almost making a deal with the bears the way people make a deal with God, right?
So I promised the bears that if I would look over them, would they please help me?
I'll help you if you help me. I'll do whatever you want if you just help me with this. And you know, higher power, the idea of the higher power part in 12-step programs is crucial to 12-step programs, right? Because the higher power, by definition, is the thing beyond which there is no seeking. And this is why it works, is that it's the thing which you cannot seek more than, right? You know, you can't seek for more than God, because if there were anything more than God, that would then be God. This is sort of like the ontological argument of St. Anselm. But I think that's a crucial principle, that you can't just say anything is a higher power. It needs to be sort of this ultimate thing, because what the person needs to do is not be able to keep the seeking cycle going. Now, it might be said that 12-step programs are trying to replace an addiction to a substance with an addiction to God, but the fact is the substance had already become the person's God in the sense that it was their be-all, end-all. It was the thing that they defined as having the highest possible value in their personal value system. And to say this is merely about substituting another addiction for another, I think is to underappreciate the elegance of the solution. So the first step is actually a surrender, right? Recognition of the powerlessness the individual has over the dopamine circuit that has been fed and massively empowered by the substance. And then the second step is recognizing a higher
drawing
power,
Heavenly in a bunny
which
suit?
is to say fundamentally re-encoding your sense of what ultimate value is.
Yeah, I can do this.
So that is in fact an attempted frame shift from your higher order cortex. It's your higher order cortex intervening to say, we can't keep thinking of this one thing as the ultimate value. We have this other thing now, and you're reassigning how to assign or interpret dopamine, because that is what it is to assign and interpret value. So all of this is to say, I understand that not everyone has the disposition for 12-step programs, sometimes because explicitly of the religious component to it. But, you know, my read on the literature is that it works as well as most anything else. And for the people that do have that disposition, when it works, it really works. And I think it is the crucial difference here in terms of the bears enabling the seeking circuit to only escalate as opposed to intervening on the addiction. So I think the bears are replacing one addiction for another, and what needs to happen is that you fundamentally disrupt the addiction circuit. So the other ways to do that would be, I think intensive psychotherapy in the case of someone who's never felt okay. I think exploring the reasons for not feeling okay and really challenging those beliefs that were probably encoded from a young age, that might be something that interrupts the addiction circuit. Medication-wise, I think what we can do sometimes is essentially interrupt the survival instinct. When it gets to the point of thinking you're going to die if you don't have the substance, interrupt the survival instinct part to enable changes in thoughts and behaviors. Or perhaps in one case, naltrexone, I think we are actually intervening at the level of the addiction circuit and pharmacologically disrupting it. But again, what we're seeing in Tim Treadwell is a person that seemed to have a fundamental developmental arrest, was struggling with issues of identity, who am I, very often struggling with inferiority, am I good enough? As his addiction escalates, in some sense, I think he regresses even further back around issues of trust versus mistrust. But in his case, what made the grizzly bears an even better addiction, something that he was willing to substitute in, was the fact that it was better addressing that question of inferiority. And I think the escalation of that addiction was, no, I can't be inferior. Look, I'm able to survive amongst the grizzlies out here. And then it went to, no, I can't be inferior. I'm able to even turn the bears away when they start approaching me. But it escalated still to a point where I think he started regressing even further back. And we see periods where he's as far back as, the trust versus mistrust question, where he starts getting a kind of paranoia.
Thank you so much for the 3 months
of the bears as this thing that he needs for himself, that he doesn't trust anyone else that's involved with the bears anymore. He becomes a kind of golem, paranoid about anyone else encroaching on his territory.
I'm submitting this as Sunday, August 1st. It is 4:35 and 18 seconds on this day. It's hard to say, but it's a warning of a sort, and it's obviously here to upset me.
And then at the same time, he can use that new narrative.
Just here, bro. Thanks for the follow.
Trying to fulfill that ever-increasing need of non-inferiority, because once he's made everyone else the bad guys, once the government is after the bears, well, now I can say I'm not inferior because I'm the savior of the bears, right? So it leads to this kind of splitting where I need to know I'm the good one. I've always needed this. Now I'm at a point where I'm the only good one and everyone else is bad. Everyone else is trying to kill the bears. Only I can save them. And so that at that point, I think, is a grandiose delusion. It's completely contrary to the evidence that this is all a wildlife preserve. In some cases, maybe the government is after him because he's violating rules of the national park.
I have decided to violate a federal rule which states I must camp 1 mile. Every week I must move 1 mile after staying for 7 consecutive days. If I was to do that here, I would not be able to study these bears. I would not be able to really protect them. I'd have to actually move out of the bay to get 1 mile out. Therefore, I have decided to protest the United States government and guard these bears anyway and stay.
But if anything, he's displacing what is really just his own persecution onto the bears, right? So he's saying, because I am so good and I am one of the bears, if you're persecuting me, really, they're trying to keep him from camping too long in one area. They're trying to keep him from getting eaten. That's what the park rangers are doing. But he then displaces that onto, if they're against me, they're against the bears. It's me and the bears versus the world. And that is the kind of end stage of this addiction. And I actually do think Golem is a appropriate literary reference here. I think the story of Smeagol getting the ring and the effect it has on him, where he forgets even his own name and regresses to this golem amphibian kind of character. I think that's a very powerful representation of addiction. And I think that as Tim Treadwell gets increasingly paranoid about the park rangers and such, he is becoming Gollum-esque, where the bears are his ring.
Whew. Hi, Timothy. See you in summer of 2001. Now, it doesn't say, hi, Timothy, we're going to fucking kill you. It doesn't say, hi, Timothy, you're fucking dead, we're going to chop your legs off. Hey, Timothy, get the fuck out. It just says, see you in summer of 2001. But it is some sort of a warning. It is some sort of a ha-ha. I don't think it's friendly. Well, it's gotten a little worse here.
Big government don't want y'all to bear max.
The warning, hi, Timothy, see you summer of 2001. Now I find this big stack of rocks that were, you know, put some labor here. We're not calling this the building of the pyramids, but we are saying there's a bit of trouble. Now, I'm going to walk back. I'm going to bring you back here. Here's where the sign was here, which is where my tent is. And then we go over where my bear-proof barrels would be.
Bear-proof
and we
barrels.
find boulders piled up, and a happy face indelibly painted into the rock.
Smile.
Like looking at me.
Smile.
Very, very frickin' frightening, huh? Whoever put it there knew what they were doing. That it's a warning. And the thing is, it's better than a warning than, it's better than like you're fucking dead type of thing. It's creepy, baby, it's creepy. It's Freddy Krueger creepy.
So Tim Treadwell's most unhinged rant comes toward the end of the movie Grizzly Man. And for our purposes too, it serves as a sort of denouement of a troubled man, tying together the various threads I've introduced in this commentary.
Well, we're into autumn now.
Befriend a
Expedition
bear
2001
and beat it
coming
in
to
a
an
brawl.
end. The bears moving safely towards their winter dens. The foxes hiding in the woods, safe from the humans that would come to harm them.
So again, the idea that there are these villains, people out to harm the bears, and he has utterly convinced himself of this.
It's been an amazing season. It's been difficult. But I came, I served, I protected, and I studied.
I served.
And I promise, I'll be back.
He, on the other hand, is this hero, and he's convinced himself of this, a belief serving as a rock-solid wall guarding against any feelings of worthlessness at the core.
My hair.
Right, so remember, having an inflated ego is not the same as being confident. It's in fact the opposite of confidence. It's inflating an ego artificially rather than building one. So he's insisting that he's this great person, he's trying to project this confidence, and yet at the same time, he's worried about his hair.
Grizzly people, for me, Timothy Treadwell. I came here and protected the animals as best I could. In fact, I'm the only protection for these animals out here. The government flying over a grand total of 2 times in 2 months.
But protecting the bears from what? Are you protecting the bears from the government, or is the government not doing enough by only flying over twice? These things aren't founded on logical associations. They're founded on needing to get to a certain conclusion and then coming up with a bizarre, illogical justification.
How dare they? How dare
Protecting
they
the bears
challenge
from
me?
Joel.
How dare they smear me in their campaigns? How dare they?
So this illustrates kind of where he's gone with his cognitive state and the way in which delusions of grandeur can lead to paranoid delusions. He needs to get to the conclusion that he's the one true hero and the only person that can save the bears, and then that must necessarily mean there's villains everywhere trying to harm them or smear him or whatever they're doing.
And I come here in peace and in love, neutral, in respect. I will continue to do this. I will fight them. I will be an American dissident if I need be. There's a patriotic time going on right now, but as far as this government's concerned, fuck you, motherfucker.
So the corresponding emotional state is in this severe regression back to the trust versus mistrust conflict of infancy. He now feels that the entire world is untrustworthy in this utterly black and white view where he's the all good versus the all bad, and he's overwhelmed by this terrifying world, and he's throwing a tantrum about it. He's fundamentally unsatisfied, regress to what Erikson would call the infancy stage of development psychologically.
Let's do a couple of nice takes now. Oh man, did I get angry? Them, right? They do not watch these animals. They don't care about these animals. All they want to do is screw people like me around. It's amazing. As government's concerned, you motherfucking Park Service.
Now Treadwell crosses a line with the Park Service, which we will not cross. He attacks the individuals with whom he worked for 13 years.
So then we have Werner Herzog coming in with his voiceover, letting us know that Tim Treadwell then went into very personal targeting of individuals. He's going after people that he knows and that he has known for years from going to this national park every year. So this really is a lashing out. It is the tantrum, a sort of primordial seeking of destruction because one cannot be satisfied by the world. Just burn it all down. Now I will actually bring in Freud here at the end. I've been using the Eriksonian stages, but the Freudian stage that would correspond to Erikson's trust versus mistrust
he got his nails done.
infancy stage, the Freudian stage would be the oral stage. So for Freud, regressing into the oral stage would mean seeking a return to infancy when all of your needs were met through the mouth. You know, suckling milk was always going to be the thing that satisfied you. That was really your entire waking world as an infant. Your whole world was just coming to you through your mouth, and there was a source of satisfaction, right? Getting the milk. So if an adult regressed to the oral stage, might they end up trying to get all their needs met through some
Isn't Freud the
oral
mommy guy?
provider
Yeah.
of satisfaction, like alcohol, right? I mean, alcohol is sometimes referred to as just the bottle.
See, you guys
right?
want to see something
alcohol
funny?
is some provider of satisfaction.
Hold on. I need to scroll down. I need to scroll down as far as I can. Hold on. Hold on. Where is it? 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 There it is. I drew this a long time ago. I don't think anybody got it when I posted it. I was so sad. I don't think anybody got it when I posted it. But it wasn't even that funny when I posted it, but it was just like, I think seeing them next to each other, it's like they're twins. Oh my god, me and the bestie. Oh my god, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy, dude.
Like alcohol, right? I mean, alcohol is sometimes referred to as just the bottle, right? Like going back to the bottle. Going back to the bottle sounds like a phrase that could either mean becoming an infant again, to go back to the bottle of formula, or, you know, relapsing to drinking alcohol. And if alcohol becomes your addiction, you're essentially creating that world where the only way to really satisfy your needs is through this oral interaction with the world, that, you know, this thing that provides the satiety through a kind of suckling. I know this might sound crackpot or psychobabble, but I can't help myself. I'm going to go one step further, because there is one step further back on the regression chain in psychoanalysis theory, and that would be to return to the womb. So a state of pre-infancy, wanting to regress all the way back to the womb. And now what would that regression look like? What would it look like to seek the womb? Well, wanting to merge with someone else, or literally even go inside someone that you love and just fully depend on them. Now your gratification, your satisfaction, you don't even have to suckle because you're just in this womb. All your needs are taken care of. So I just have to suggest, as Tim Treadwell's addiction to the bears escalated, he emotionally regressed further and further until on some level, maybe he wanted to go inside of a bear. This is not to say that he explicitly thought about being eaten and how that would accomplish an ultimate merger with the bears that he wanted, but emotionally he did seem to want that. Because, I mean, how else are we going to explain this part?
It's warm. It just came from her butt. This was just inside of her. My girl. I'm touching it. It's her poop. It's Wendy's poop. I know it may seem weird that I touched her poop, but it was inside of her. It's her life. It's her. Everything about them is perfect. It's her poop. It's Wendy's poop.
He kept trying to get closer and closer to the bears, seeking ultimate closeness. And so in this life, I'm not saying that he chose to get eaten by a bear, but he did make all of these implicit decisions along the way to increase his risk of this. You know, the last year he stayed for longer. He was putting his tent more and more directly on the trails that the bears were walking. It just seems like he wasn't going to be satisfied until he was eaten. And that would be the ultimate regression. Now, if you want to know exactly how things did come to an end for Timothy Treadwell, in the fall of 2003, when Tim's pilot friend came to pick Tim up in the small prop plane that was always his transportation to and from the Katmai Reserve, there were no signs and no answers to the pilot's calls. He went up the thick brush of the hill, but sensed an ominous quiet and hurried back to his plane. At the bottom of the hill, he turned around, saw a, quote, nasty-looking bear stealthily making its way down the trail with its head down. So the pilot, Willie Fulton, started doing some flyovers, circling the camp with the intention of trying to scare the bear away. However, during these flyovers, Willie Fulton saw what appeared to be that same bear now leaning over a human rib cage and eating from it. Willie Fulton called in the Rangers. A group of them came and had to shoot the bear, then confirmed that the remains in that bear's stomach were those of Tim and Amy Huguenard, both of them mostly devoured except for a few grisly body parts that had been left strewn on the ground. We also know that when the attack actually happened, Tim Treadwell's camera had been recording. It seemed that when there was a commotion outside of his tent, Tim had gone outside to investigate and Amy had turned the camera on, albeit not taken the lens cap off, so only the audio was recorded. It's unclear to me whether the audio of the lethal attack has been released. In Grizzly Man, Werner Herzog listens to the audio tape after it had been released from case evidence into the possession of one of Tim's lifelong friends. After listening to it, Herzog told that friend, "You must never listen to this," and she said she wouldn't and would destroy it. I certainly think Werner Herzog was correct in that advice. The only thing I could see that tape doing is just searing itself into your brain, becoming something that you can't unhear, and potentially causing a vicarious trauma. Now, I have seen that there are audio clips on the internet, including YouTube, which claim to be the actual recording.
It's never been
released. I don't know if these are authentic.
They're not.
But I know I haven't wanted to listen to them. I've not listened to them regardless. There are also written descriptions available online of the tape's content, which do seem to be an authentic transcription. The primary source being the journalist Nick Jans, who interviewed a scene investigator from Alaska Fish and Game named Larry Van Dale, specifically about the tape.
You're a sharp
so I have
paper
read
piece,
the
ain't ya?
written transcription, and I somewhat regret even exposing myself to that. So I'm not going to go through all of the details here. You can decide for yourself if you want to go further down the rabbit hole. I will give a sort of narrative overview with the pertinent quotes identified as Tim and Amy on this.
That one car and brick audio?
Recording.
What are you talking about?
The audio is described as being roughly 6 minutes. It starts with Amy asking, "Is it still out there?" And the next thing is Tim starting to scream from outside the tent. He's yelling, "Get out here, I'm getting killed out here." You can then hear Amy unzipping the tent. Then she starts screaming and yells to Tim, "Play dead." The screams seem to deter the bear as it breaks off the attack, and then you can hear a quiet conversation between Tim and Amy where they're trying to figure out if it's really gone. Unfortunately, the bear can then be heard to return to its attack on Tim. From here, both of them start yelling at each other, variations of fight back. So the last resort, when playing dead isn't working.
My life. Sorry.
And Amy tries to fight off the bear. The sound could be heard of a, quote, frying pan used to beat the top of the bear's head, end quote. Finally, we can hear Tim saying, "Amy, get away," and repeating this several times. And that's the last thing that's said. There are said to be additional minutes where there are no vocalizations before the tape cuts off. I definitely think the most unfortunate thing of all is that Amy Huguenard put her faith in Tim Treadwell in taking her on this expedition. Tim was taking known risks for himself, but she trusted in his lead and tacitly believed that he would not let harm befall her. But it did, in the most horrifying way possible. Rather than protecting her, he clearly brought her into harm's way. Amy, on the other hand, certainly tried to protect Tim at the end. It is a definite testament to her courage and strength that she did not just immediately run away when Tim started being attacked, but rather she stayed by him and actually tried to fight off the bear, hitting it with that pan, staying for a time even beyond when Tim initially told her to run away. So I certainly do think we should feel sympathy
That's some Final
and respect
Destination shit,
for
for real.
Amy Huguenard. With Tim Treadwell, the story of Tim Treadwell is a cautionary tale. I don't think having some amount of sympathy for him and how he ended up in this kind of state of addictive seeking for contact with the bears and a grandiose delusion about them, I don't think it's misplaced to have some sympathy, and I don't think that will detract from the cautionary nature of this tale. I imagine he's a polarizing figure, that there are people that will very much relate to his idealism, misplaced as it was, and there are people that'll be utterly disgusted by him. But I can't see him as anything other than a tragic figure. One who didn't know what he was doing by the end. I suppose I share this so that we may better know what we are doing. Thank you for watching.
Cool. There's also a comment or two on this video that I wanted to read out to you guys because I thought it was interesting. It's pretty long though, so be warned. As a biologist that actually met Treadwell, and of course take this with a grain of salt, I found this fascinating. Here are just a few of my personal insights as a person who studied brown bears and who met and tried to encourage Treadwell to behave in ways more conducive to long life. Treadwell didn't work with the park rangers and biologists at Katmai. Many of us tried to gently suggest to him the idea that naturalists actually do contribute to the body of knowledge we have about the natural world, and encouraged him to direct his obsession towards activities more in line with how a naturalist would absorb the natural world. But Tim didn't have the discipline for doing the kind of observation that would have been useful. He filmed bears doing unnatural things, interacting with a human, instead of staying away and filming them doing what they would naturally be doing without human interference. Some of his videos inadvertently caught bears in the distance, but most of what he filmed does not shed any light on the natural behavior of the bears. Treadwell had actually left the park and got all the way up to the airport, but had some kind of altercation with an airline employee and decided to go back to the park. One of the rangers saw him at a local store appearing to gear up and pretty much knew he was going back to the wilderness. Treadwell was reminded that most bears are already hibernating, and the only ones that are still out and about that time of year are the ones that instinctively know that they have not put on enough weight to make it through hibernation. Those bears are desperately fighting against time. They must get the weight on and then find a safe place to hibernate, and it was very late into the season. So late that most bears were already in hibernation. They are far more dangerous at this point. The audio has not been released to the public. There are many fakes out there. In the fake audio, you hear the bear growling, and everyone thinks, oh, how scary. A growling bear is actually trying to scare you away, not trying to actually physically attack you. In the real recording, the bear doesn't growl at all. The copy that was made by staff in order to be studied for clues as to what happened was destroyed. Keep in mind that bears don't have bandages and antibiotics that they can apply to themselves. I know that this sounds snarky, but it's important to know they will not take unnecessary risks, even a risk that doesn't appear to present a danger of actual death. A wound that gets infected can be devastating for non-human animals. Here is an explanation of situations where a bear will become aggressive. No growling of any kind by the bear is heard on the audio of the actual event where Tim lost his life. We have no such audio of the event that ended Amy's life and can't say whether it was a feeding event or some other reason for the aggression on her. The audio ends partway through the event involving Tim. 1. A female bear will become physically aggressive to protect her cubs. In this case, the female will growl, stand up to look as big as possible, do everything that she can do physically to physically intimidate the encroacher to leave on its own. This involves the bear making lots of growling noises. A bear that has found a good location for feeding will protect the area that they are currently feeding. This is another case where they will make lots of noise. They will stand up in an effort to present as large as a presence as possible. Again, loud growling will be a large part of the effort to protect a prime feeding location. Males will aggressively protect access to females during breeding season. This is yet another instance where loud growling takes place. Again, these animals in this and the first two situations are trying to get the encroaching animal to leave without having to resort to actual physical contact, which could seriously wound or kill one or both animals. The last form of aggression is feeding. This is the one type of aggression that does not involve growling and noise. The real tape was horrifyingly chilling because of the lack of growling by the bear. Another thing I didn't mention is that contrary to Timothy's claims of saving and protecting bears, several bears had to be put down either directly because of Tim's interference with them or indirectly. The bear that consumed Timothy was killed the day his remains were collected. That bear was necropsied the following day. A younger bear also had to be killed on that first day because we were trying to collect remains and map out the whole site and that bear acted aggressively. We were unable to necropsy the younger bear because he was eaten by other bears before we got back the next day to do the necropsies. But aside from those two bears, over the years that Timothy was engaged in activity that resulted in some bears becoming habituated and potentially dangerous to visitors, we had to put some of them down. And it's hard to describe how deflating and sickening it feels to put down an animal in that situation. It breaks your heart even as you understand it has to be done for the safety of human visitors. So, yeah, that shit is really interesting to me. That shit is really interesting to me. It's interesting shit to me. It's interesting shit to me. Have you heard about Sky King? No. What is Sky King? Oh, there's a Wendigoon video on this. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
On August the 10th of 2018, just after 7:30 p.m., a man named Richard Russell stole an Alaskan Airlines passenger plane from the Seattle, Washington airport. What happened over
Seattle?
the course of the next hour and 10 minutes would go on to change aviation and the internet forever. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to be talking about the legend of
I remember this guy. I've seen his picture, but I didn't hear about him.
Sky King,
I don't
one of the most
I don't know
remembered
much about him.
and beloved hijackers
Wendigoon time. Yeah, actually, let's wait for the ad to start, and then we will watch the Wendigoon video. Oh, I'm excited. There's not a whole lot of Wendigoon videos I haven't seen yet, so that makes me excited. Okay, give me a moment to refill my water, and we'll start the video. I'm gonna see if I can also take a piss while I do it. Are you worth your weight in gold? And then we will goon. Mm-hmm. Hey, stranger, I want you to catch me like a cold.
boobies.
Boobies. It's warm. Perfect. Boobies. Pardon me. The tragic tale of Sky King. Oh no. King, no. Come back, King. Poor boy. Okay. Let's do this.
In American history.
There we go.
And perhaps most importantly, we're going to talk about how the same guy who caused 2 military fighter jets to chase him down and caused people to be afraid of flying on a level not seen since 9/11 has also joined the Digital Hall of Fame as one of the internet's favorite anti-heroes. Even if you're familiar with this story, you still might want to stick around because there's been new developments with this case as recently as last year. That's because on April the 14th of 2022, the FBI finally released all of their reports regarding the investigation, a document that's over 500 pages long. Plus, a lot of new information regarding Richard has come from coworkers and friends and interviews in the past several years. And if you have never heard of this story before and have no idea who I'm talking about, then you are in for a treat today. The story of Richard Russell somehow manages to be terrifying, inspiring, and ridiculous all at once. And I, for one, am so excited to talk about it. So without further ado, let's get into the story of a notorious and controversial figure that will almost certainly put my name on any list it isn't already on at this point. But before we get into something that is dangerous that I do not condone, let's talk about the website, and it turns out it's either prop passenger tug is a device Richard Russell America. Because of that, saving my email address, it really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is as always. Thank you for watching. Yeah. Let me set the stage for you a little bit before
I just spilled so much water on myself, but it's so fun because I feel hot.
The Seattle-Tacoma Airport of Washington State is, according to a pilot who was interviewed by Rolling Stones for this story, the 9th busiest airport in America. Because of that, as you can imagine, there's a lot of different employees going about their daily tasks without paying a lot of mind to what the others are doing. Because of this, no one thought it suspicious when a ground ops employee named Richard Russell began moving a plane using an air tug.
Shut up.
For clarification, an air tug is a device used to move or rotate planes when they're on the runway or in an aircraft hangar. And a ground operations employee is exactly what the name sounds like. Ground ops are normally the people who are doing things like loading luggage in and out of planes or directing planes into the appropriate docking station. This plane, which was more specifically a Horizon Q400 turboprop passenger aircraft, was in the shop due to a problem with one of the passenger doors, but other than that, the plane worked just fine, as everyone would soon find out. The plane was a
Or more
part of the
skulls for
Alaska
the paper
Airlines
throne.
fleet and
Thank you.
featured the tail number of N449QX, a number that would become sort of infamous in aviation circles after this incident. Most websites I found list the occupancy of the plane to 76 passengers. However, for some reason, the FBI's report said that it was a 90-passenger plane. So maybe this was some kind of special edition that held an additional 14 seats somewhere, or the FBI got it wrong and it's actually 76. Either way, pretty big plane. The plane itself was over 100 feet long and nearly impossible to operate without a co-pilot. Or at least, that's what everyone thought. At 7:15 p.m., Richard Russell uses the air tug to rotate the plane 180 degrees so that it faces the runway. From there, Richard removes the stopping blocks from underneath the landing gear of the plane and walks back and forth from the air tug to the cockpit, seemingly trying to start the engine. Now again, on its own, this wouldn't raise any suspicions. Other than the fact that he's alone, someone like Richard has the qualifications to turn on a plane in order to taxi it from one part of the airport to the other for maintenance or what have you. The first sign that something was amiss would occur when, after disconnecting the air tug from the plane began to roll backwards, causing Richard to run next to it, open the door, jump in, and take control of the wheel.
Oh my God.
Again, this process is meant to be a two-person job. Richard then taxis the plane not to another service station or hangar, but instead to the main Seattle airport runway. As you could imagine, the airport was pretty busy, and while there's normally a guy up in the tower controlling what planes land where and what planes take off at what time, but Richard, who has no connection to air traffic control, is out there, according to one report, treating it like road traffic. In other words, he's acting like it's a stoplight intersection and letting one person pass before he goes, and then braking to let another person pass. As soon as the air control tower realizes they don't know who's flying that plane, panic ensues. One of the pilots who was cut off by Richard on the runway said that it appeared he had left the brakes on the landing gear as all of the wheels were smoking. The pilots, realizing that something's gone awry, begin to yell at air traffic control to call the military because there's been a hijacking. From the control tower to pilots and passengers, everyone had to watch helplessly as, at 7:33 p.m., Richard Russell took flight, moving from his initial contact with the plane to take off in 18 minutes. As you can imagine, this was immediately a huge deal. Immediately, everyone's primary concern was some kind of terrorist attack, and if not that, some kind of heist or ransom. After all, people just don't steal passenger planes for no reason. Within minutes, pilots at the Portland Air National Guard base began suiting up to combat, again, what they believed to be some kind of terrorist attack. Air traffic control continued to try to get in contact with whoever was in the cockpit, but whoever it was,
Florida man
wouldn't
by
pick
chance?
up.
No, he was from
As
Seattle.
everyone is panicking, flights in and out of Seattle are being canceled. Local population centers are being warned that an attack may be imminent. The fighter jets are about to arrive. 10 minutes into the flight, the person inside of the cockpit picks up.
Right, 070. Approach welcome, final runway 16 right. Welcome. Man, I'm a ground service agent. I don't know what that is. Go to Portland, Channel 6, final 7017. Started up and get it to go. A couple hours, I guess. But, yeah, I wouldn't know how to land it. I wasn't really planning on landing it.
So to ask the question that you're all probably thinking, who was Richard Russell? Well, Richard Russell was born on September the 19th of 1989. He was born in Key West, Florida. However, at the age of 7,
he is a Florida guy. He is from Florida. You called it. You totally called it, you. Look at his fucking face. Look at his fucking face. Oh my God. Oh man, I shouldn't find this as funny as I do, but I do. It's so funny.
1989. He was born in Key West, Florida. However, at the age of 7, his family moved to Wasilla, Alaska, and it was here in Alaska that Richard would find a home. From a young age, his friends and family began to refer to Richard as Bebo, and young Richard Bebo Russell became a crowd favorite among his friends and family. After middle school, Richard would attend Wasilla High School, which is the same high school that Sarah Palin attended. That has no relation to the video, I just felt compelled to mention that for some reason. Richard excelled not only socially but in athletics as well. He played a lot of sports like wrestling and track and field, but where he really shined was in football. Richard played as a fullback and was hailed by many to be one of the star players of the league. So much so that when college rolled around, Richard went to North Dakota at the Valley City State University to play football. However, while a prodigy in high school, it seems that didn't transfer well into college. And after only a season of not a lot of playtime and poor performance when he did, Richard ended up leaving. He instead moved to Oregon and began attending the Southwestern Oregon Community College. Another important aspect of Richard Russell's life is that he was a devout Christian. So with a lot more free time in Oregon because he's no longer playing football, Richard decides to take a leadership role in various ministries. He was a big leader in his local Young Life group. Young Life is an organization that primarily works with high school or college age students, and various other organizations like Campus Crusade for Christ. As a matter of fact, it was at one of these Campus Crusade meetings that Richard would meet Hannah, his future wife. It turns out the two of them had an interest in cooking, so while in Oregon, they opened their own restaurant called Hannah Marie's Artesian Breads. However, according to most interviews and people who just knew the family, it seems that Hannah was getting homesick and wanted to live closer to her family. So in 2015, the two of them sold the business and eventually began living in Sumner, Washington. Once there, Richard got his job with Horizon Air and even transferred to Washington State, where he graduated in 2017 with his bachelor's degree in social studies. It was actually during his time in college that he had to make various blog posts and videos of himself for assignments. And it's from some of these blog posts and videos that we learn more about him. For example, the fact that he's not exactly thrilled with his job. And while he thinks planes are really cool, he hates the mundane nature of his current profession. However, one of the perks of the job, at least according to him, was free travel and getting to see his family back in Alaska whenever he wanted. So why was this guy, who by all outside accounts was living a perfectly normal, happy, married lifestyle, now in the cockpit of a stolen passenger plane? Well, what would become apparent in the eventual interviews and investigation, as well as the recording between air traffic control and Richard himself, is that Richard wasn't in the best state of mind. Again, this will become apparent with some of the sections of the tape recording that you're going to hear in a bit. But from the now released FBI reports, it seems that those around Richard had some sign that something was about to go wrong right before it did. Now, according to everyone who the FBI interviewed around Richard, as well as various, journal articles and news sources, everyone said that Richard was an incredibly kind guy, if a little quiet, but once you got him talking, he wouldn't stop, and he wanted to be best friends with everyone. So his coworkers began to notice a couple weeks before August the 10th that he seemed uncharacteristically down. A lot of sections from the FBI report are redacted just because they probably mention individuals' names or addresses or phone numbers or what have you. But from the sections that we can see, we see that on August the 3rd, he mentioned to a coworker that he felt he wasn't living up to what others thought of him. And then only a couple of days later, his family held an intervention for something. Again, the specifics have been redacted. We could speculate if it was perhaps depression. Maybe he mentioned he was going to harm himself. Maybe it was something drug or substance related. I don't really feel like taking guesses as to what the man's mental health was, but we can assume from what we have. After this intervention, the family noted that he seemed to be doing better, although he was also seeming to drink in excess. And then it would only be 5 days after this intervention that the hijacking would occur. Now, while this may lead you to believe that perhaps it was
I talked to him recently, so I wanted to draw something for him
to occur, there were signs of some kind of suspicious activity at least a year in advance. Because on at least 2 occasions within the previous year, Richard had gotten in trouble, and by in trouble I mean told to leave, because he and another employee were standing in a cockpit when they weren't supposed to be, and quote, flipping and pointing at switches. Now, of course, you could chalk this up to just general interest with planes, but given where it went, it's understandable why that activity seems suspicious in hindsight. Now, there's also another important question to ask. Richard's entire job was to just do ground maintenance for planes. Sure, he knew how to taxi them around, but that was with the assistance of an air tug and another person. So how did this guy learn how to take off and fly a plane on his own? Well, I don't think I have to tell you, in the modern age of the internet, it's not hard to look up a user manual for a kind of plane, or even a flight simulator for that specific model. Out of all of Richard's coworkers that were interviewed, none of them said that they knew of him having a flight sim, but that each of them individually knew it was pretty easy to get a flight sim. Also, the FBI raided and investigated his house after this, and even though they don't mention that they found like a flight sim on his computer or anything, I don't know how well they investigated, so he almost certainly had something. I mention that to say, I don't think this was a short notice thing. It takes a long time to learn how to effectively fly a passenger plane. And while a lot of people point to the intervention and the mention a week prior that he felt he wasn't living up to expectations as being maybe a fight he got into or some short notice thing that led to this, I think that the events of August the 10th were coming for a very long time. One theory poised by the Rolling Stones article that I mentioned earlier through interviews of people who were friends with Richard is that due to various concussions and head trauma that Richard received while playing football, perhaps CTE was a part of the issue. Or basically the idea that, for those of you who may not know, chronic long-term head trauma can lead to things like increased aggression, instability, increased risk-taking decisions, etc. And while I don't think that was entirely what was at play here, I would certainly be willing to believe that it was a factor. One more thing I want to mention from this Rolling Stones article, which the article itself is great. Tim Dickinson did a fantastic job at compiling it. However, there's this one part that's really funny, and I understand that internet culture is very weird and hard to understand from the outside looking in, but that being said, I have to read this paragraph. So this is during a point in the article where it's discussing potential warning signs or clues people may have been able to see if Richard left any hints as to what he's about to do. And it closes with, Russell also kept a Pinterest profile where he went by the handle bbro and collected memes, including several from the satirical site despair.com. In July of 2018, days before his unauthorized departure, Russell pinned an image to a board called Dank Memes. It was a Photoshop of a chubby kid with brown hair dressed up as Sonic the Hedgehog with a sad, distant look in his eyes. It's not a spitting image, but it's hard to not see Russell in the child's face. No matter how fast I run, the text reads, I cannot run away from the pain. and like, yeah, sure, maybe like ironic memes being used by people who mean them unironically, sure, but just when he said you can see Russell in the child's face, I lost it. Like, we have lost the plot, boys. And perhaps there's no better sign of Richard's state of mind or his character than the events of the flight itself. As soon as contact is established with Richard, it's apparent that he's just up here to have fun.
Alrighty, yeah, I just kind of want to do a couple maneuvers, see what it can do before I put her down, you know?
It's apparent that he has no real plans as to what he's going to do up here, and disturbingly, he doesn't even have any plans to land. The first thing he does is begin banking the plane around Mount Rainier. As he comes out of this, he immediately starts throwing up. It's around this time that it sounds like Richard is losing some of the gumption he had initially. Like early on, you could hear like the adrenaline and the excitement in his voice, but now there seems to be a lot more regret.
I'm sorry, say that again? Sorry, My mic came off. I threw up a little bit. You know, hold on. Shoot. Man, I'm sorry about this. I hope this doesn't ruin your day.
Air traffic control begins to try to find places for him to land, eventually suggesting a military base, but Richard says he doesn't want to do that because he'll get beat up.
That's McCord Field. Oh man, those guys will rough me up if I tried landing there. I think I might mess something up there too. I wouldn't want to do that. Hopefully, they probably got anti-aircraft.
No, they don't have any of that stuff. We're just trying to
The
find
air
a place
traffic
for you to
control
land
guy
safely.
sounds like he's laughing.
At around 8:15 p.m., the jets from the Oregon National Guard show up. It took them about 7 minutes to get from their base to Richard's plane. So that meant there was about half an hour between Richard taking off and the jets being mobilized. We'll talk about that near the end. It's also around this time that Richard begins to realize the gravity of what he's done, making the comment that he thinks he'll get jail for life for doing this.
This is probably like jail time for life, huh? I mean, I would hope it is for a guy like me.
At one point, air traffic control gets a hold of a pilot who can direct Richard on how to successfully land the plane.
22, cross runway 16 left, contact. Just flying the plane around, you seem comfortable with that?
Oh, hell yeah, it's a blast, man. I played video games before, so I know what I'm doing a little bit.
See, not only was Richard an inexperienced pilot behind the wheel, he was an inexperienced pilot behind the wheel of a notoriously hard-to-land plane. This model of plane's designation was a Dash 8 among airports. However, pilots would refer to it as a Crash 8 due to the plane's quick aptitude for rising or falling. Everyone around Richard knows this and begins to try to direct him towards something that will have the least likely amount of surrounding casualties. For example, at one point, Richard flies over a rather small airstrip and asks about landing there, but the pilot keeps trying to tell him to go back to the military base because, for one, the military base airstrip is much bigger, and two, there's less people near the runway. Eventually, they just start asking him if he's willing to put the plane down in the water for the same reason. But as discussed, it seems that Richard doesn't plan on landing. There's one point after Richard asks the pilot to help him pressurize the cabin. It's the only time over the whole call that we hear Richard get anything close to violent.
Okay, thank you. Of 16 left, American 7 Alaska 691.
Damn it, Andrew! People's lives are at stake here.
Now, Rich, don't say stuff like that.
Nah, I just told you I don't want to hear no one. I just want you to whisper sweet nothings into my ear.
And,
So maybe he was just panicking in fear
Oh,
for his
man,
life or
this
in
poor
fear
guy.
for the life of others.
Well, I mean, he's an
that
idiot,
he didn't
but
take into account when he
I
got in
feel
the
kind of
plane,
bad
but
for
I
him.
digress. Or maybe the depressurization was getting to him and he was in a comparatively unsteady state of mind while behind the wheel of a passenger plane. Eventually, Richard asks the pilot he's speaking to if he thinks he can get a job after this.
not concentrate so much on flying the airplane.
Hey, you think if I land this successfully, Alaska will give me a job as a pilot?
I think they would give you a job doing anything if you could pull this off.
Yeah, right. Nah, I'm a white guy,
Before remarking that he wants to go see the orca. Context for that, there was a local story at the time of a mother orca whose baby died off the coast of like the Oregon, Washington area, and scientists had been tracking her because she was like carrying her dead baby, and it was like a real sad story in the news at the time. So that's what Richard's referring to when he says he wants to take the plane to go see that orca. There's also one part during the call when not really asked specifically anything like, oh, why did you do this? Or why did you steal the plane? He just says this.
Okay, you know how fast you're going?
That's a hold behind Jet.
That's 2021. Minimum wage. We'll chalk it up to that. Maybe that'll grease the gears a little bit with the higher ups. Maybe, yeah.
And while, of course, there's a certain level of sarcasm there, it also points to him just overall not really enjoying his position in life. The two most heartbreaking moments to me of the entire flight logs are, for one, when he starts to take into account his family and the people in his life who will miss him when he's gone.
I got a lot of people that care about me, and it's going to disappoint them to hear that I did this. I would like to apologize to each and every one of them. Just a broken guy. Got a few screws loose, I guess. Never really knew it until now.
And another, when he kind of mentions that he didn't get the clarity coming up here that he hoped he would.
Just kind of lightheaded, dizzy. Man, and you know, the sights went by so fast, too. I was thinking, like, I'm going to have this moment of serenity, you know, I'll be able to take in all the sights.
Oh, poor guy.
There's a lot of pretty stuff, but I think they're prettier in a different context.
Another important detail about this story to mention is that people on the ground around the area saw the plane behaving, sporadically and thought something was weird. So a bunch of people, because it's 2018, started taking cell phone videos. I mention that now because one cell phone was able to record one of the wildest maneuvers in aviation history, at least considering the pilot and plane the maneuver was performed with. Richard asked the tower if he can perform a barrel roll.
I think I'm going to try to do a barrel roll, and if that goes good, I'll just go nose down and call it a night.
I mean, he's more wondering out loud. It's not like he's going to listen to what they have to say at this point anyway. So, while being followed by 2 jets and Lord knows how many people on the ground, Richard does this. My favorite part about the barrel roll, other than the fact that he did it, is that everyone connected to this story, regardless of if they loved Richard or hated him, everyone acknowledges that the barrel roll was cool. The Horizon CEO, in a statement he would give the next day, said that it was, quote, incredible, and the 2 fighter jet pilots that were following Richard said this. I should mention their code word for Richard's plane they were chasing was Toy 1. It stood for Track of Interest 1. So one pilot says, Toy 1 just completed a barrel roll. The other pilot responded with, confirm he did a barrel roll, and the first pilot says, affirm, before chuckling and saying he cleared the surface of the water by approximately 10 feet. Which is professional military speak for, bro, did you see that? Oh, I forgot to mention this. I want to mention this because I'm sure a lot of people clicked on this video just because they're plane enthusiasts. The 2 fighter jets that were chasing him were McDonnell Douglas F-15C Eagles. So there's someone out there who's really glad I mentioned that. Even the control tower he was in communication with admitted that he pulled it off and it was pretty good, but now it's time to come back. And then Richard says one of the other most depressing things in the entire call.
All right, Rich, this is Captain Bill. Congratulations. You did that. Now let's try to land that airplane safely and not hurt anybody on the ground.
All right. Damn it. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't want to. I was kind of hoping that was going to be it,
Eventually, the plane finds its way over the southern point of an island called Ketron Island, again in Washington. While speaking to the control tower about being low on gas, Russell remarks that he believes one of the engines is going out. In a move that investigators would later find to be intentional, the nose of the plane began to barrel down. 6 seconds after this maneuver, the plane crashed into the woods of Ketron Island, Washington. The plane made an explosive impact with the ground, and the fire that ensued covered an area of about 2 acres before firefighters arrived on a ferry and were able to stop the flames. Ketron Island itself had a low population, only about 17 people. And while if Richard continued forward for just a couple seconds longer, he probably would have hit an occupied cabin on the island, despite that, no one in the crash was injured beside Richard himself. And as you can imagine, Richard Russell did not survive the crash. His death was ruled to be caused by several traumatic injuries and to be, of course, self-inflicted. Now, we'll talk about Richard in a second, but I want to mention a few more interesting facts and developments that came because of this case. For one, this was kind of a PR nightmare, especially for Alaska Airlines and Horizon, because while this could pretty much have happened to any airline, it was specifically theirs, so they got the heat for it. This got really controversial with airport security because only a month earlier, in July of 2018, the TSA had delivered a report to their head administrator citing the potential of inside threats. Basically, as I'm sure we're all aware, airport security is pretty tight since 9/11. Or at least it's pretty tight for passengers on planes. The concern that the TSA raised in July of 2018 is that employees are pretty laid back. Sure, you don't want your employees coming into work every day and getting patted down, but there's been a lot of stories of employees or TSA agents getting guns or other kinds of weapons onto planes. So the fact that the TSA was already aware this could be an issue and then this event happened caused a pretty big storm in the media. And the really interesting thing about this case from an investigative standpoint is that absolutely nothing went wrong. At least nothing went wrong as far as procedure goes. Think about it, there's only a few people who have access to planes at any point and they're not taught how to fly them. People are given background checks, but Richard passed every background check. It's not like he had some kind of criminal record. There's no precedent, or at least there wasn't a precedent, for an employee who's worked at the company for 3.5 years, been faithful and solid up until this point, just one day deciding with information he learned on the internet to steal a plane and take off. Because of this event, airports changed a lot of their methods for employee security. For example, many implemented a rule that even workers on the ground cannot go out to a plane without a second person. Or many have implemented that airport employees are given regular mental health screenings. I'm not sure if that would have done anything in Richard's case, but
2018.
It's still a nice thought. Furthermore, NORAD, the organization that was responsible for the response time of the jets that came to intercept Richard, while sure, Richard wasn't planning to attack a populated area or anything, but if he were to, if someone was to steal a plane in his position to cause a lot of damage, he would have already crashed it by the time the jet showed up. So NORAD changed their response time protocols. You no longer have to go to the top brass to get clearance. If the guy at the location feels that they need a jet response, then he can order it and then answer for it later. During his flight, he went as far east as Graham, Washington, and as far west as Anderson Island, Washington, in a flight that lasted for a total of 1 hour and 10 minutes. And at the end of the day, the only definitive physical damage that Richard caused was 17 incoming flights were diverted to nearby airports, 75 were delayed, 5 were canceled. The area of Kentron Island, 2 acres of it, was destroyed and on fire, and one $30 million plane was crashed. Interestingly, according to the Seattle police report, the police went to check for the audio logs of the call on August the 13th. However, by unknown means, the call had already leaked online by August the 11th. And as soon as that call from the cockpit went online, a legend was born. The mythos of the Sky King exploded. People began to praise him as a hero of the clouds, as the everyday man who decided to stick it to his bosses, and with his final moments, do something worth remembering. Some ascribed this almost Robin Hood persona to him. And most of the tributes for Richard, everything from Facebook groups to subreddits, describes him as this misunderstood hero of the common man.
Well,
I mean, even the name Sky King implies a level of reverence. And what do I think of the Sky King? Do I think he lives up to the legend? Do I think that the stories and the myths around him are all true?
He died, he
No,
crashed the plane, dude.
But also, yes. The idea that Richard was this troubled individual who set off for the clouds, and then everything just kind of made sense up there. And he lived his life in a manner that if he could answer for, he'd agree was the right way to go out. I don't think that's true. I think about that one section of the call, to me probably the most depressing part, when he's talking about the view and he's describing how he thought it would look one way, but it really doesn't from up here. Another detail that came out in reports is that apparently right before the crash, he sent a text message to his wife, and the specific message has never been made public, but according to the family, the general gist of it was that he's sorry, and she deserved better. From friends and family who have spoken of Richard, it seems they kind of resent the moniker of Sky King, because with his final act, he caused a lot of damage. Absolutely, he was in an unstable state of mind. I understand that. But it seems like, from all accounts we have, that he had a family who truly loved and cared for him and wanted to see him get better. Only a few days before this event, they staged an intervention and wanted to see him come out of it as a better man. And to theorize otherwise, or theorize some malicious intent on their behalf, is unfair to the family. And yes, I don't believe he intended to hurt anyone with his hijacking. However, stealing a plane that you think you can fly and then flying it over heavily populated areas only to put it down in an island that you're pretty sure doesn't have anyone on it is insanely reckless. Like I said, there was a cabin on that island right above where he crashed the plane. Not to mention, he started a forest fire that took up 2 acres, and it seems like every year there's some colossal fire out west that results in the deaths of a lot of people. He could have very well caused one of those. And yes, even though those things didn't happen, if nothing else, he left Hannah as a widow. But with that being said, I get it. One of the most interesting things about Sky King to me is anytime I see like a true crime case, so to speak, like you hear about someone murdering someone else or, you know, something to that effect, everyone wants to know the motive, right? They're always like, oh, why? Oh, did the person they kill like try to do something to them? Did they have this relationship? You know, people theorize, whatever. But I remember when Sky King happened. I remember within a couple days of Richard stealing the plane, of seeing like the memes and the stories
I get better
online,
without the eyebrows.
I didn't see a single person ask why he did it. There was just this kind of, this solemn understanding almost of, I get it. Someone who is unhappy with their life and suffering from Lord knows what kind of mental illness. There's almost, I hate to admit it because like I mentioned earlier, it was an act that endangered a lot of people and hurt a lot of people emotionally. But in isolation, there is almost a poetry to someone who has spent their entire career, or at least the past 4 years of his life, watching planes take off every day. And then one day, he just wants to be in one. It's no secret that, by and large, the fellows aren't doing great as of lately. Depression and self-harm rates are consistently on the rise. And there's just a lot of people who, while the rest of us are enjoying life and getting by, they just can't. And because of that, there's a lot of people who relate to Richard. A lot of people who see the story of someone who had had enough, was at his end, but before he went, just wanted to see how big the sky could get. Is that truly what I think he is? Do I think he found some kind of clarity or nirvana almost while he was up there? No, because that's never the answer. Anyone who survives that kind of situation comes out of it saying that it absolutely wasn't the answer. And I wish almost that I could say he did have peace in the end, but from his words and the text he sent his wife and whatnot, it seems that he didn't, and that is tragic. But I also understand seeing a guy steal a plane just so he could do a barrel roll. I understand why people call him the Sky King. Shortly after the hijacking, which, fun fact, legally was never called a hijacking because no passengers were kidnapped or stolen during this event. Instead, it was just called a theft, which, funny note. But in the days following the theft, the police would search Richard's Honda Civic, they would search his house, and they would search his locker at work. In his locker, locker 55, that had an unlocked padlock on the front, police found things like various snacks, his wallet, and a red notebook. In the notebook, a few various phrases and comments were written down, but most interesting among them was this. He wanted to create something with a profound insight and charm. He had once been confident in his writing, so he gave that a shot. During one of his many breaks at work, he decided to go for it. Rather than use the downtime to escape in books or social media, he would use it to benefit his all mankind. He sat in the corner of the dilapidated locker room, searching for the concepts he wanted to convey. What did he know the most about? What did he feel strongly about? Several questions fizzled in his mind, but no resolutions were made. It all felt so irrelevant. He was a cure. Nothing was worthy enough for the paper. I don't know what was going through Richard's mind in his last days, and I don't profess to. I do know that what he did is not the answer, and it sounds like in the end, sadly, he found out it wasn't the answer as well. But I also understand looking to his story and finding some inspiration. Not necessarily in what he did, but the spirit behind why he did it. Of course, I don't condone his actions in any means. I think I've adequately said why they were dangerous. And I could condemn it, but for someone in Richard's state of mind, that's not going to do a lot. I can simply just say, I get it. And something that I think I can agree with, as well as Richard's family and anyone else who loves or hates his actions, I think we can all say, I hope he's at peace. And hopefully you can say that you enjoyed this video, because I sure did enjoy making it, as depressing as it was. And thank you so much for sticking around. And I just want to say thank you for watching. The Sky King is a story, like I said, I knew about it before I started YouTube. Like a few days after it happened, I remember the memes coming out, everyone making jokes. I remember one of the first things I saw was the image of the plane like in the sunset, which is a beautiful image, by the way, but it's the plane in the sunset. And the quote was something like, he didn't go up there to die, but he went up there to live, or something like that. And he's always been like this sort of cult figure that has, I don't know, he's always stuck with me. It's always been something I've kind of wanted to make a video about for a while, and I figured, you know, 2024, first video of the year, why not, right? So yeah, I hope in some small way I did the story justice. And there was some more details I found, or like theories people had regarding the family and stuff, and I really don't want to, like, the family's remarked several times they don't want to do interviews, they don't want to talk about it, especially out of respect for Richard's widowed wife. And I wouldn't feel right being like, well, maybe, you know, this happened, or maybe he had this problem or whatever. We don't know why he did what he did, but we can. I think that's also part of the reason so many people relate to him so much, because if say for example, this isn't a theory, but just say for example, we found out that Richard had some kind of drug problem that led to it, right? If that was it, then it wouldn't be as relatable as just a guy who had something going on and decided to do something with his last moments. I think the ambiguity of the story is what lends to the legend so much. At least in the way I hear people talk about online. I don't know, I'm just rambling. But like I said, hopefully you enjoyed this video, and hopefully the story of Sky King interests you, as it certainly has me for a while now. That should do it. I don't think there's anything else to announce. Thank you all so much for how supportive you've been with the merchandise recently, from the posters to the hoodie drop. And
who recommended Sky King? Whoever recommended Sky King, thank you very much, because that is my favorite kind of shit. That's my favorite kind of like internet story and shit like that. Did I beat Half-Life 1 on 1 or 2 streams? I think it was 3 streams, actually. Oh, 7, true. It was 7-Eleven. Thank you, 7-Eleven. Trying to find something short to watch. You remember those VR story interviews? I do. Ooh, of a real life bounty hunter? Okay. That's cool. Mm. Oh, cool.
Just got back from work. Just brought a guy down to the station. He's locked up making a boyfriend in prison. So, having a pretty good day. No, yeah, I just got done with a bounty hunting job and I just came back from that. I'm a bail bonds agent. So, no, what a bail bonds agent basically is I work for bail bonds companies or a company. So say you go to jail for hitting someone with your car and running away and you get arrested and your bail gets posted or your bond and you can't afford to get yourself out of jail. You go to a bail bondsman and say, hey, I'm in jail. I need to get out because of X, Y, and Z, or I can't afford to get myself out. He will pay to get you out of jail. But realize now that he is paid, he's effectively now a loan officer. But basically he has gotten you out of jail. So now you have a court date to pay him X amount back, not the full amount, but a certain percentage. So he feels that he's compensated for getting you out of jail for the crime you did. Well, let's say you don't show up. He's going to be pissed because he had to go to court. He's losing money. So they call and go, why the fuck didn't you show up to court? And if you tell them to screw off, they'll assign you a new date. But then if you don't show up to that date and you just continue to not pay it or show up, a bondsman or a bail bondsman will then call me. I'm effectively a officer for hire. But I had to go to a school, basically a class, and it is, I swear to you this is real, it is called Bounty Hunter School. As a bail bondsman, you have to do 60 hours of training, meaning you have to learn basically, certain firearms. You have to learn your state's laws, pretty much all your state's laws. You have to understand how to react if someone puts a gun in your face. You have to learn pretty much how to be a cop, but without going to the full academy, without having to spend like years in the academy to become a cop. So then I get hired by this guy, by a bail bondsman, and one of the guys that got money from him didn't show up to his court date. He's going to call me. Then I'll get all the info, I'll get his information, and I'll jump in my squad car. Yes, I actually bought a squad car because you gotta look professional. And so I'll take off and I'll find the guy and I'll knock on the door and you have to announce yourself as, hey, bail bondsman, come to the door. And they'll come to the door and you basically have to tell them there's a warrant out for your arrest. You skipped your court date. You have to come with me down to the precinct and we're going to set you up with a new court date, a new fine. You're probably going to have to pay more. Or what you can do is you can pay me right now the amount you owe, and I can close my case. Or if you don't have the money, I can take your vehicle or something of equal value, and I'll impound it, and you don't have to go with me to jail, basically. So I'll give you options, and normally they won't come to the door, and I'll get multiple fuck yous, or I'll get multiple get out of here, come back with a warrant, and I love it. I love it when they say come back with a warrant. Because here's the thing, as a bail bondsman or as a bounty hunter, I don't need a warrant to kick your shit in. I don't need a warrant to enter your premises. Because effectively, when you went to jail, all your freedoms disappeared. All those things you call rights, gone. But say that person's not at home and they go to a friend's house. Well, then I cannot enter that person's house with their consent or a warrant. I can't just go into someone's house because the person's there. That's someone else's house. That would be effectively burglary at that point, or breaking and entering. So you can't do that. But 9 times out of 10, the person, when they see you at the door and they recognize the drip and see all the gear you have and the badge, they'll just go with you. And the thing is like, I'm not always taking you down to like a jail cell. I'm just taking you down to the precinct to get a new court date, to work out why you didn't show up, to figure out It's how to pay off your bond. I'm not taking you fucking away to get, drop the soap in some gulag. I'm just taking you down to get a new court date. I'm not gonna beat you in the back of my truck, but so that's what a bondsman effectively is. And like I have repossessed a numerad of things. Cars, boats, motorcycles, I think, and I even like confiscated some guy's weed farm at one point with another guy, because in my state, weed's legal in my state, and it's worth money. So if you have,
I bet he's from California. He has the voice.
I can just take that shit and use that as collateral for your bond and give it to a dispensary. Yeah, I can just be like, hey, pop, it's mine now.
That's awesome.
And just, and just leave with them. That being said, this was a job that happened about 2 months ago. As a bounty hunter, people have, surprise, surprise, bounties on their head, and it can range. So, in this story's sake, the price if I was $8,000 on this guy's head, and this guy was gotten out of jail on a DUI, and I was given his file and everything, and I'm looking down it. He's kind of like a first offender. It's nothing I should be worried about. Guy doesn't have guns. So I go to his house, and I show up in quite possibly the most bougie freaking neighborhood I have ever seen. Like pillars, like marble columns, like fucking Rome. I drive in after the security guard at the gate respects the drip and lets me in. I get to his house, and I knock on the door. I say, hey, bail bonds, come to the door. Warrant. And what comes down the stairs can only be described as something fucking mythical. It is the definition of neckbeard, what walks down the staircase. This is simp piss, dude, alright? This is bad. This guy has like a Legends of Zelda t-shirt that says, I rule it, or whatever. And he's got like the ponytail and the Jeffrey Dahmer glasses. Those kids, they would like sit in the corner playing jutsus and shit, And we're always like drawing their anime lover. So he comes downstairs. And he's like, you can't come inside my house. You need a warrant. And I'm like, I'm not a cop. And he's like, yo, go away. I'm like, no, I'm an officer of the courts. You need to come out. We need to discuss your bond. And he's like, no, come back with a warrant. I'm like, I don't need a warrant, dude. I'm not a cop. And I don't want to kick your door in or make my way and force my way into your house and tackle you. And he's like, you can't do that. And he runs upstairs. Just runs right back upstairs. And I'm like, where's he going? Like, where's he going? And he comes back downstairs, and I swear to you this is real, with an Amazon's Choice samurai sword. This dude comes down with one of those steel stamped Chinese-made samurai swords that have like all the cool designs on them and are impractical as all hell. Well, he like pulls it out and is like doing this Bruce Lee fight stance with the sword, and I'm just staring at this tragedy. And he goes, I would defend my house with my life. And in my head, I just hear that's not much of a life. But so I tell him, dude, just open the door. I'll have you down at the precinct and out in an hour. Come on, let's go. Guy's at a minute. He's not leaving. So I'm like, this is your last chance, dude. And he tells me to go effectively myself. So I kicked his door in. And that's when reality hit him that, oh no, this is real. And I have my gun trained on him, and he drops the sword. And like in the back of my head, I just hear the Old Spice jingle as I'm and he goes, someone's texting me, hold on. I said, I don't have time for this stuff. And right as I'm about to grab him to get, he kind of does this weird squirm thing and wiggles out of my grip that I was like kind of trying to put him in this body lock to stop him, and he wriggled out like worm he is, and he ran upstairs, and so I had to run after his ass. This was not a good day. And I run I run upstairs after him, and he closes the door to his room. I opened that room and wanted to throw up. It was so gross. It smelled like a dead rat behind a Chinese restaurant. It was
How
bad.
many cups and cans were in there?
More than there needed to be.
Oh my fucking
And
god.
he had a body pillow. It was standing on its own at that point.
Ugh.
And yeah, he had these like really terrible posters. I didn't have time to verify what animes he liked and watched. All I know is his room was gross, and I didn't want to go in it and touch him, so I just grabbed my taser and tased him. Just boop.
How
Just a
messy was the room?
Hoarders buried alive.
Oh my fucking god.
Like stains from something. Like I bet if you took a black light in there, it would have looked like a Metropolitan painting. And so I drag him out, and at that point he finally just like, you know, I get him cuffed. I take him downstairs, and throw him in the back of the car. I told him like, dude, well, thankfully I have a plexiglass deal, and then a roll cage behind there so that they can't get to the driver's seat. So I'm protected. Plus, I got one of those nice Febreze air fresheners plugged in, so don't worry. I'm set, man. I'm all set. I give him the car, close the door, and he's like, so I'm like, well, now you're going to jail. Originally, we were just gonna go set you up a new court date, but you had to go all kunai attack on me, all Chai brothers, you know, with your samurai
You totally
sword.
had the money too.
Yeah, and he clearly had the money, but no, he had to go all Bruce Lee on me and try to attack me with his, you know, wushu Shaolin attacks or whatever. And I had to witness his fucking awful room. And so I get him in the car. I'm about to take off, and then mom and dad show up. And these guys are the definition of like country club. Like dad's in short shorts. Like he was clearly just playing tennis. Mom clearly came back from a manicure or something bougie like that. And they're like, where do you think you're taking my son? Said, to jail. And he's like, oh, what charges? Coming at me with a samurai sword and resisting arrest. And he's just all like, you can't prove that. He's going off, trying to use every legal term he knows. Half the legal terms he's saying don't even apply to my job. They like apply to like district attorneys and like certain like laws that only involve like food. For some reason, yeah, one of the laws he brought up is actually a law that food companies use to regulate their like, I think it's like the quality level or something like that. But I was like, okay, that has nothing to do with my job. But I told him, nonetheless, sir, I'm taking your son down to jail. If you want him, you can come pick him up in the morning. He's spending the night. He attacked me, and he's like, oh, you're gonna hear from my lawyer. You know what? I'll be right back. So I'm like, you're bringing your lawyer right here. And I told him I didn't have time for this, so I got into my car. I'm texting the bail bondsman that I've got your guy. It wasn't fun, but I got him. And on the front of my truck is what I like to call a Bambi killer, but it's basically a giant grate that we use to normally pull things out of like the mud and stuff. It's got a winch system, but it looks like two giant like warthog teeth on the front, and it's like a roll cage looking deal. And this guy gets in his like brand new electric car. This thing looks slick. Like clearly this guy had like multiple payments to go on this thing. And he goes to like spin kind of out of his driveway, and in the process of doing so, sideswipes the thing on the front of my car and just rips all the paint off the side.
Oh.
And it was this horrible noise too, just all this blue paint and just revealing silver and black underneath. Just whole side of the car looks like one big lightning bolt. It looked like a little kid's like fucking drawing of a snake. I get in my car and I'm taking off down the road, and this guy is like Roman centurion it towards me. He's like running, he's like moving fast, going down the road, and I'm like, holy shit, this dude's actually catching up. So I just hit the gas, and then I just see this. and he like tumbled on like a speed bump. The dude took a dive. Was like, boop, 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 boop. I kind of chuckled a little, but then I felt bad. Like, should I go back and help him?
No.
Nah. And so I dropped the kid off at the precinct. He gets put in jail. I get paid. I go home. I get a call from the bail bondsman that's like, hey, did you assault someone's kid? And I'm like, no. I arrested someone today, though, but I didn't assault him. And he's like, well, there's some, like, dad here saying that, like, you unlawfully arrested his kid. Yeah, and I sent him my body cam footage, and he was like, oh, okay, yeah, is this the guy who's currently in jail? I'm like, yep, that's him.
Yes.
And, yeah, so I still to this day love that I got attacked with a fucking samurai sword. This guy came down all Naruto style. Like, I was waiting for the arms to, like, go to the sides and, you know, running down the stairs. I was waiting to see, like, the swoosh lines of him going so fast. No, being a bail bonds was a lot of fun, especially, the Karens. No, but oh man, arresting Karens is the best. Not always arrest at the house. I've arrested someone in a Walmart parking lot, which was poetic.
Let's go.
And
Oh my god.
And while in the back of my car, he was going, oh, I won't be in jail long. Donald Trump will pardon me. Said those words. Those words exited his mouth, that Donald Trump was going to pardon him. And we were already 2 weeks into the Biden administration. Trump wasn't even president anymore. And he was like, oh, don't worry, Donald Trump's going to pardon me. He can't. It's a state crime. The only person that could pardon you is the governor or our state senator. But no, this guy was adamant that, you know, Donald was going to pardon him. Or the Karens that ask to see my badge number, want to talk to my superior officer, and then I get to explain to them that I am my own superior officer. So in my car, I have 2 level 4 bulletproof vests that can take high-powered rounds. I've got about 3 handguns. I've got 1 semi-automatic and actually 1 fully automatic. And you also, I've got handcuffs. I've got pepper spray. I've got a taser. I've got 2 different types of tasers. One's a gun, one's not. I've got a nightstick, and then I've got an industrial flashlight. I have 2 different types of magazines. One has live ammunition in it, and one has rubber bullets, which are non-lethals. But they will put you on the ground, and it'll feel like you got shot, and you'll wish you were never born. I've got a beanbag shotgun in the back. That's for putting down someone who's, like, genuinely trying to do me harm, like, with a gun. But, you know, our bondsmen like it when we bring their clients back alive. So I've dealt with a lot of Karens, and my favorite one by far is the one that actually ended up in the end going to prison and getting stabbed in the ass. I found out about that through a buddy of mine who's an actual police officer, who's the one who actually convinced me to become a bail bondsman, or a bail bonds agent. He was like, oh yeah, remember that lady that was like yelling and asking if I had children and, you know, trying to come up with all these crazy excuses about why, you know, I'm a fake cop. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not a cop. I'm a completely different form of, you know, law enforcement effectively. It's kind of a freelance thing. That's why not a lot of, and not to mention law enforcement in certain states, not mine. I'm yet to meet a cop that doesn't, you know, doesn't like me, but basically we're not liked amongst police officers very much. We're kind of seen as fake cops. They don't like the idea that we are just given a badge, and they hate that bounty hunting is still a thing, even though it's been proven to be very effective. And like the budget for us, we have to supply all of our own stuff. You know, our bondsman does not give me my guns. He does not give me my bulletproof vest or my gear. I have to get all that on my own. I have to have my own vehicle. Cops get the luxury of having all that because they have a massive budget. They can afford to have all that crazy, the squad cars and stuff. Me, I have to get all my own stuff and make half my own shit. Like, I have a battering ram that's just a giant chunk of PVC filled with sand and has 2 handles on it. Whereas, like, a police station has, like, a giant industrial metal one that, like, 3 guys have to use, you know? I have to, like, go to Home Depot and make my own. And the other cool thing, you can work with other bounty hunters, and you can split the bounty. Like, I've worked with other bounty hunters, and it's a lot of fun. Like, there's one guy I worked with, we call him LC, because that was his ranking in the military. And he is this 6 foot, like, 3 giant black guy. And he was, like, field promoted 6 times, which means everyone in his squad died. And he was the only one who came back. That's how you get field promoted. Pretty much everybody died, and you're the only one who came back. So LC is a guy, I've worked with him quite a few times. Really cool dude. But yeah, like, bounty hunting is a lot of fun. Granted, in the state I live in, you don't need a license to be a bounty hunter, though I suggest... Yep, in the state of Montana, you do not need a license.
Oh, he's from
to be a bounty
Montana.
hunter. In the state
That
of
makes
Montana,
sense.
you do not need a license. You do need to know the state laws for being a bounty hunter. You need to prove to a bondsman that you are capable of holding your own in any situation. You have to prove to him that you have a good understanding of your state's laws. Like, you have to actually know your boundaries. Like, you need to know, because you can end up getting in trouble. Because, again, you're not a cop. You don't have a lot of immunity. Yeah, I have a badge, but that badge takes me only so far. So that's one of the things that if you want to become a bounty hunter, you need to know your state's laws. Another thing, take formal fighting classes. Really learn how to actually, like, defend yourself, or you'll get your shit kicked in. I've heard horror stories of, like 19-year-olds who wanted to be bounty hunters, and they became bounty hunters, and one of them got shot, or one of them got kicked in the dick, and now they, you know, or one of them got stabbed. So it's definitely a thrill seeker's job. Like, you really kind of want to have a lot of that, like, adrenaline to do. But it's also a good job. Like, it pays my rent fairly well, you know. I wanted to know shit, you know. So I talked to guys who have been doing it for, like, decades, since, like, since the early 90s, who have been doing bounty hunting. I go and learn from those guys. Like, apprentice underneath a bounty hunter and do ride-alongs with them, and it'll actually give you a good idea of if you want to do it, because it's something you have to want to do. And, like, for me, when I was a park ranger, it was really easy to make that transition over, because being a park ranger, you're effectively a police officer in the park. So, like, it's not really it's just a bit of a step up from there. Now you work in the city. Yes. He's correct. You get more crackheads. And I've dealt with my fair share of them. They exist, and they are not nice people. Yeah, like, I had a guy come at me with a spray painted squirt gun, but I didn't think he was spray painted, and I shot him in the forehead with a rubber bullet. I've had to tackle a Karen. That was one of my best days. Like, I felt empowered leaving that day. So she committed insurance fraud. Yeah, I remember. For the sake of the story, we'll call her Mrs. Nesbitt. So, Mrs. Nesbitt committed insurance fraud. She slashed all 4 of her tires to get insurance money. And they later found out, when they over some requisition people, or, like, people to make sure that, like, what happened actually happened, they found that she had extra tires stored away for that car. So she slashed her winter tires and was going to then, when she got the money, put the new tires on her then slashed car. So they basically, she got bail, but she went through my bail bonds agent. She got out, refused to show up, and then I got called up and was told to go get her. And so I jump in my vehicle, and I take off to go get her. I get to the house, and it's a pretty normal house, and I knock on the door, and I'm assuming it's her husband. Her husband, like, comes to the door and goes, "Can I help you, officer?" That felt great, hearing that guy say, "Can I help you, officer?" even though I wasn't a cop. I was like, "Is your wife home?" And I see her, like, sneaking out the back door, and then the door closed, and he goes, "She's out right now." And I just go, "Dude, I just saw her walk right behind you and out the back door." And he's like, "No, you didn't." And I said, "Yeah, I'm not arguing this." I slammed the door on his face. I get my firearm out, and I basically go around the building, because I don't know what she has. She could have a baseball bat, she could have a gun for all I know, so I'm prepared, and I'm like looking around corners, and I get to the backyard, and I see 3 dog loos, like those dog igloos. I kind of put 2 and 2 together and realized that, yeah, she's in that one. And I go over and I flip it over, and there she is. She's hiding there. And I look at her and say, I'm like, "Mrs. Nesbitt, you're a grown-ass adult. Get up. We're going down to the station, all right? I last thing I need is to deal with you." And so I grab her, and she's like, "You're hurting me. You're hurting my arms." And I'm barely even moving the arms. I have simply picked her up and barely begun to, like, put the handcuffs on her. And she's screaming that I'm hurting her, and I'm just like, "Oh, shut up." And I'm taking her to the car. She's screaming and yelling. The husband's like, "I'm calling the police." As I get into the car, this family is walking by with their dogs. And what does she start doing?
Jesus Christ, I thought that was a guy talking to me.
Rape.
Fuck.
She's screaming, "Rape! Rape! Ah!" And she's yelling at the top of her lungs, and I'm opening the car, and the family sees what's happening. Well, then they also see what's on the side of my car that says bail bonds agency. And then the star on the side that immediately notifies law enforcement, you know? And so I throw her in the car, and I look at the family, and the mom, the dad, and they all just go, and then just keep walking their dog. They waved at me in the most, like, Jeffrey Dahmer serial killer way I've ever seen, and then they just kept walking. And the lady in the back is freaking that she's, like, not getting, "Oh, you're not treating me like a person, da-da-da-da." And then she pulls the most Karen used thing ever. "I am a sovereign citizen." I hate it when people say I'm a sovereign citizen, because it's not real. It's not a real thing. If you say you're a sovereign citizen, you're a retard, because sovereign citizenship was abolished back in like 1817. It hasn't been a thing since like fucking Lincoln. And people still consider themselves. So like if you come across someone driving and they're a sovereign citizen, I'm not driving, I'm traveling. Or they basically think they're gypsies and the law doesn't apply to them. Like, law enforcement to them is seen more as like just a somewhat authority figure. Like, they're not real and you can't hurt me, basically. Like, I could go shoot someone in the middle of town square and you can't do anything because I'm a sovereign citizen. Yeah, and she's saying that she's a sovereign citizen and that I can't be arresting her. And then she also says that she identifies as someone else. That she does not identify as Mrs. Nesbitt. She identifies as Amy Worcestershire or whatever, I actually am this person. And I just looked her in the face and said, well, guess what? Amy Worcestershire and Mrs. Nesbitt are both going to jail. Bam. Slammed the door on her, got in the car. And, like, if I'm really, like, fed up with the client, one of the things I do is I'll slide the partition open and say, hey, listen, you're going down to jail. You're going to be down there for a while. Can you want to stop and, like, grab something before, because you're going to be down there for a while. Yeah, can I get some McDonald's? Too bad, shut the fuck up. And I take her down to the precinct. She's screaming and yelling that, like, I assaulted her. And we have one of the bail bond ladies. She works front desk. Her name's Amy. Immediately, the first thing this lady does is she's like, yes, other female. She'll support me. And she starts yelling and screaming at her that all the men who work in this precinct are misogynistic monsters who get sick kicks out of arresting people, and I can't believe you work here. Rise up, sister. Sort of thing. And she was booked Later, like, apparently other charges were brought up against her, and she ended up actually going to jail, like serving time. And I later heard through another guy that she got shanked in the ass. Not gonna lie, kind of died inside. Thought that was really funny. I felt bad, but not a whole lot. Like a little bit.
A little bit.
Just a smidgen. I was like, that's not fun. She's gonna have a scar on her ass forever. But I bet it was over like a carton of milk or something. No, bounty hunting is a lot of fun because, you meet some of the craziest people. I think the best arrest, aside from those two, the sword and that lady, was this old Jewish family. It was awesome. This couple, it was this old Jewish couple, and apparently they had like a speeding ticket, and they're like in their 90s. They're like World War II survivors or something. And one of the things you can do is you can, as a bondsman, make a judgment call where you can basically say, all right, I see your it's like how I answered your question. I see that their situation is like X, Y, and Z. So I'm like, all right, I'll extend your date. I'll do up the paperwork. I'll extend your date by X, Y, and Z. Clearly you guys are like in your 80s. You can't always make it places very easily. And it was awesome. I talked to this family. I got cookies, a piece of cake, and listened to like Holocaust stories for like 20 minutes, and I extended their date. It was awesome. And then they came, they paid off the bondsman, and he was like, so I saw that you extended their date. I was like, yeah, dude, I got free fucking cookies and heard Holocaust stories. It was awesome. My favorite was the guy who came at me with a wiffle bat. Like, those wiffle bats, those like really shitty plastic ones? Like, the wiffle ball bats.
Yeah, I know those.
I had to go get this guy, and I found out after bribing a friend of a friend that he was going to be at this baseball game. So I was like, perfect. Time to destroy his image. I go to the baseball game. It's in full swing, no pun intended. And he's sitting there, and I kind of flag him down, and he comes over, and he's like, can I help you, officer? Again, that felt awesome, but I'm not an officer. A police officer. And he then says, so what can I do for you? And I go, well, you skipped your run date for about 2 months. I got to repossess your truck. You put your truck down as collateral, so I'm going to have to tow it. And he's like, you can't do that. I said, yeah, I can. And he's like, I already paid off bond. I said, you paid $50 of $12,000. So I was like, yeah, sir, here on your paperwork, you only paid like $60. So I'm going to have to take your truck. Or do you want to go to the jail with me right now? Because we can do either or, and I really don't want to necessarily arrest you in front of your kid. And he's just like, can't take my truck. I saw it right around here on him is like this kind of like this bulge, right? And I realized he's got a gun. So as soon as it started to get heated, immediately I just pulled my firearm and told him to get on the ground because you have to kind of guess. Like, that's part of it. You have to be a bit streetwise as a bounty hunter. Like, you can only assume that this can go one of two ways. A, he just gets angry and swings on you, or B, he goes for that gun. And so I immediately pull my taser out on him, and he looks down and sees that there's a wiffle bat by him. And so he picks it up and tries to hit me with it. And at that point, I just tased him. And dude falls over, and those pitching machines? Hits his head on one and passes out.
Oh, wow.
Just boop, boop. And he was down, and his wife sees it. She's eating a hot dog, and this is her reaction. Go, honey! You're doing great! Her son's like rounding the base at that point. She's like, "You're doing great." I was like really kind of disappointed in him. And then I could smell alcohol on his breath, and I was like, "Great, you're getting drunk in front of your kid. That's even better. Nice. Dad's really setting the example." And that's also kind of why I do it, is because like I feel like sunlight is the best disinfectant. Like certain people like need to see, like, especially in like residential neighborhoods, when I like arrest someone and they see that that neighbor that they thought was so nice and so wealthy is getting taken away by a bounty hunter, like the reputation destroyer that is, or like the lesson kids are gonna learn is all worth it.
Interesting. That is an interesting story. It's kind of, to me, feeling a bit in the that is so and then everybody clapped kind of situations, but it was still pretty interesting. But hell yeah, let's listen to some music as we wind down for today. We'll finish drawing this, and then I'll probably end with a SWAT officer. We can try doing that tomorrow. That was every time that chick talked, I turned down the stream volume a little bit. Yeah, she has that fucking that the that VTuber voice where it's like, yeah, what did his room look like? Especially since it's like it was from 2021. Then yeah, it's just true. Anyway, yeah, I'm drawing Ross. I don't know if I talked about this on the stream, but a couple of weeks ago he followed me and I talked to him a little bit, and it was a very surreal moment for me. I'm fake. Who's Ross? Rubber Ross. From he used to be in the Game Grumps. Now he does his own thing. And he was very, very cool to talk to. We had a very brief conversation, but it was still really cool. And you know, I asked him if you ever want to hang out or anything. I'm always around because I'm always trying to find more people who like the stuff that I like and draw and shit like that. And he was like, yeah, if you ever want to get onto one of the Gartic Phone streams, you know, I'm down. And that was like crazy. But yeah, it's stuff like this that I have to think about whenever I start getting sad about how I'm not progressing like how I want to, because I feel like sometimes more than increasing in size, I've met so many cool people and I'm followed by so many cool people that gives me the room to meet these cool people and then meet the cool people that they know. It's like one of my favorite parts of VTubing is that there's so many like interesting people that I can talk to that for whatever reason think that I'm cool enough to talk to too. It's like that's how I felt about Joel when he first followed me and first started talking to me, and that's why I was so nervous when he said yes to when he said yes to collabing with me. I think that's been one of my favorite parts so far, besides like getting and garnering an audience and getting to make merch and shit like that. My favorite part about this whole thing is being able to meet so many cool people. And I really feel like it culminated here because, like, oh man, all I could think about, like, I got my head in my hands on my cheeks like this, like a cute little gay bitch right now. I can remember one of my earliest, like, I've told you guys before, I don't remember much of high school. The reason I didn't remember Sky King, even though I absolutely remembered that photo, is because it happened during high school for me. So I didn't like, I lost everything from high school. I just don't remember it. I don't know why. But like one of the few things I do remember from like being a teenager and being like a young teenager is like, I have this iPod Nano or iPod Touch or something. I don't remember what it is exactly. I still have it. And I would watch Game Grumps videos and Steam Train while under the covers until like way too late at night. And I would be laughing until I was fucking crying. And like that's one of my favorite memories ever because I was just like, it's like I'm 15. It's 3 a.m. I'm absolutely fucking crying laughing to something that Ross or Danny or Aaron said. And now I'm here and I'm mutuals with one of those people, and I don't know. It's like really crazy to me. It's really crazy to me because so many of these people are people that I would watch from a distance. Deserve. Whoa. Doesn't it feel humanizing, interacting them more interpersonally, like enhancing your childhood? I don't know. I really don't know. I feel like it's just more than anything, it's like completing a cycle to me. It's like bookends. And I remember being that age and being like, shit, I want to make people laugh like Danny and Aaron, and I want to be able to draw shit like Ross does. Ugh, man. And then like I'm here now, and that's crazy to me. I cannot fucking like wrap my head around it sometimes. I cannot wrap my head around the person that I am now. Even if I'm not where I want to be. Like I don't know if I'm ever going to be happy with where I am, but I just like standing here from the perspective of somebody that remembers what it's like to be. I just remember what it's like to be all those years ago, looking at so many of these people and wanting to be just like them. And now I'm not just like them, but maybe I'm on the road to that, or maybe I'm approaching them, or maybe in some odd, they see me as like, I don't know, a colleague, maybe in a sense of the word. And to be recognized in that way, sometimes it almost feels good, if not better, than being like, because like you can't be friends with everybody, right? And a lot of these people are a lot older than me and a lot more busy and they got a lot of stuff on their plates. But to be recognized as a colleague by people that you have looked up to for years and years and years of your online life, it feels good. It just feels good. It just feels good to be standing on a ground where people had stood before you, and for those same people to look back and say, you know, I see you, or hello, or I like this thing that you did. That's what Ross said. He was like, oh yeah, I like this thing that you had just posted. And it was the drawing of Avery as a little plush toy, and me being like, oh, I can't wait till everybody sees him. And it's true. But when I talked to Ross, he was like, I really like this thing that you did. And I was like, shit, dude. Shit, dude. And I think I was gonna kill myself when I turned 16. I don't mean less than them, but I mean like if everybody's moving forward and they're in a more advanced state of their career, they would be looking backwards, I guess, in a manner of speaking. It's not a perfect metaphor, but it doesn't have to be, I guess. It's not really what I'm going for. What I'm going for is, you know? I don't know. I'm gonna try and get a little bit heavy-handed with the with collabs and stuff. Because like I said, I'm not in a place that I want to be, and I want to be able to talk to more people. And I don't want to do like a collab every single fucking week because that's not my style. But I know that I want to try more often and talk to people and offer things. It's just a matter of schedules. Do you have a specific goal to reach by a certain time? I don't know. I like my current real life job. But I would like to get to a point where I can function I want to get to the point where my real life job is my side hustle. Because I think that it's important for me as a person to go out and talk to people in the real world. I think that if I don't do that, then my brain starts to rot and I start to get really depressed. But I want to get to the point that I'm working there because I want to, you know, not because I have to. I want to get to a point where I can take care of my parents. That's like one of my biggest things. I want to get to a point, and I've seen it with VTubers before, that they get to this big point where they can take care of their parents. And like, it's not going to happen to everybody, but if I was to say like my ideal kind of thing, I think like Crony or somebody sent her parents on like a vacation or something. And I asked my mom today, I was like, well, where would you go if you wanted to go on vacation? And she's like, oh, man, yeah, somewhere in the beaches, maybe California. And I'm like thinking about it. I'm like, one of these days. More selfishly, I want to get to a point where I can like make stuff with my OCs. I feel like that's one of my biggest things. I want to make things with my OCs. Super sweet aspiration for content creation. Ever since I heard about that story about Crony and her parents, or Iron Mouse saying that she paid off her family's mortgage or whatever the hell, I'm like, I need that to be me. My parents have worked very hard for a very long time. I think that they deserve like a good chunk of time where I can take the wheel. But I'm not there yet. I will be one day, but I'm not there yet. They're very excited about this whole internet shit, though. I don't have the Avery on my keychain anymore because my dad wanted him. Doesn't retirement cover expenses? You think it would. Not when you're in a shitty situation, though. Dad, one of your art is adorable. Well, he had a keychain of one of the Heaven Sent girls on there, actually, but he was like, do you have anything that's more manly? And I took the the Avery off my keychain and I showed it to him. I was like, what about this? Because Avery is literally smoking a cigarette and holding a beer. And so he was like, ah, perfect. So he took that. And now Avery is hanging off of the keys to his Ford. You think Avery would love drinking with your daddy or nah? I think he would love that. But I can't imagine one of my OCs that wouldn't love my parents. I remember a similar story of a content creator whose Christmas present for their parents was fully paying off their house. Yeah, I think that was Iron Mouse. I believe so. Abducted by his grandfather. That's funny. Oh, male YouTuber? I don't know. No clue. There could be any number of those. Maybe Markiplier. I'm dying trying to give him his hair. His hair is really frustrating, I have to admit. Even when I'm just drawing him, I struggle with it because his hair is very complex. And if it doesn't look a certain way, then it doesn't look like him. Markiplier VTuber and it has G cups. I would love a Markiplier VTuber for realsies. Hmm. As an AI generated Markiplier model is created. No! Dude, I had an AI artist follow me a while ago. I'm pretty sure I already talked about it, but I was just like, ew. Ew. They were trying to get like a slot in my commissions, and I think I removed them as a follower. Oh, I might wait a bit after I'm done with them, but I also want to make a Hendrix and a Judge doll. Oh, yay. AI equals instant ick. Yeah. Not to mention that they were sucking that fucking banana VTuber's dick when that whole thing was going down too. I can't fucking breathe. That's something that you can do. Yeah. You go to them. I think you click the triple dots on their account, and you can remove them as a follower. I don't want to see put pins in me eyes. I'm a Viking, an angry Viking. I try to make friends, but nobody likes me. I'm gonna ask, see if I can get the crumples that I drew today for this one. I mean, wait, I have it in the other, this one. I want to see if I can get this as a print because I think that this is really, really fucking cool. Maybe I'll turn it into a print. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. That's how Avery talks when he's a teenager. I know that he would listen to this song, he'd be like, oh my god, it's just like me. Leather. Suck the dick, drink the piss kind of speech pattern. Oh, see you, Jack. Siguro, siguro, siguro. That's the only one whose signature I actually know. You know how Joel signs things if you want to know? Sure. Link me. Oh, my back. Oh. Hello. Okay, I will play this. I'm not going to play any more requests today. Oh, there it is. Thank you. God, his art style's so fucking cool. I wish he drew more. Anime Man mentioned Anime Man is a completely separate individual. Do you have your signature? I don't need my signature. I can give myself my signature, though. I have your signature? Okay. Oh, do you have your own one? Yes, I do. It is... Let me see if I remember how to do this. Something like that. Thank you. Drinks are fucking you. Come on and kick me. Mm. Nah, it's okay. Let me see. But you don't care, but I want you to know. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think I've done all I could do. I genuinely think there's nobody else I could cram in here. Hmm. Are you gonna tag everyone? No. No, I'm not. I am not gonna do that. Fritz Creek Pop. Let's go. Let's Creek Pop. Okay. thought you were paper. You're so clever, so funny. Alrighty. My tattoos, I don't feel like drawing them. I don't feel like drawing them. I gotta go. All right. That's already up. And that's up. All right. Now let me see. You guys feeling like rating today? Big or small? Gonna make a who the best on the best, yeah. You know, I was icy more money $2. Truly, yeah, that's what we're doing. Born to borrow. I got one more commission to finish up, and then I have to actually draw a raven. Want to do Giwi? Sure. Rin likes food. Thanks for the follow. Let's do exclamation point raid, please, for the raid message. Plus, we'll go ahead and raid Giwi because I'm fucking tired, dude. I'm fucking tired, dude. Holy shit. I need to take a shower so bad. Oh my god, I stink so bad. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Thank you for hanging out and all this other shit. I appreciate that. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more shit. I don't know what else I'm gonna be up to, truly, but casual plebbing. Sorry, dude, you got in right under the wire, but thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I'll be back on tomorrow, so don't forget to stop by tomorrow. All right, I gotta go take a shower. I got work tomorrow. Chad, do not be me. Do not copy Radless. It's true. He does it to fuck with you guys. Don't let him. All right. See y'all tomorrow.
Everyone, I believe, can mute in the Discord if you haven't already. I don't know if you have or haven't.
Okay. Yes. I had to change my mic because I was.
Oh my goodness! Atlas! Thank you so much for the raid. Hello! Hello. We've just started. Thank you. Atlas, Anarchy, hello. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome in. Hello.
I'm excited.
I'm Giwi, I'm a worm, and I'm in a group called Wildcard, but this